And
Hello,
we're
welcome to
here.
Pink. Oh, hello, welcome to Pinky.
You coincidentally said that right as I hit the unmute button, though, so that was really good. It was really bad by me,
Yay!
though. Sorry.
Welcome to welcome to Pinky Pack, session 31. Oh my gosh, guys. Okay, this is going to just calling out, potentially have some emotional scenes, so protect yourself. It has mainly to frame around family things. Let's jump into start of session stuff. Does anybody have anything that stood out to them from last session?
Well,
go ahead.
no, your turn. I pick you.
Okay. I think the general concept of the fact we sort of the creation of the world right now to our knowledge is based on a time loop we did with a weird box Egrin gave us.
Yeah, that could be.
We don't know.
That
I mean,
seems right.
that's what it seems like based on what oh boy, it fled my brain as soon as I tried to speak Valkyrian. Based on the way that thing sort of existed and was, I don't doubt that could be true. Deeply concerning.
Yeah, what could that mean for you guys?
We're all
Does that
gonna
make
turn
you
to
into
dust.
gods?
No, we're gonna turn to dust.
Oh,
We're just
well, everybody
inspiration.
turns to dust
We're
eventually.
like the book he read before he wrote his own book.
Yeah, you guys, you are Stardust. Who do you want to pick on?
I want to pick on Barry because I cut her off.
I think it was like a mutual thing. Like we both just
Same
started
time.
talking at the same time. Our mother is fate woven. That was very interesting to me, especially because we were told it cannot be spoken about. So I have many questions and I can't ask them.
Yeah, that sucks. Who would do that to you? That's rude.
Okay.
Who do you want to pick on?
Oh, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Valerius.
I fucking loved finding out that Victoria was a Russian sleeper agent. I thought that was hilarious. Just like this person that's been hanging, vibing for a bit, and she's like, "Oh yeah, she works for us." I'm like, "Oh, of course she does. Cool." I like that.
Who do you want to pick on?
Is Laura already gone? Am I tweaking out?
She has
I
not.
choose a Laura.
No.
Well, I mean, lots of things, like just, yeah, lots of things. But I think the rings that Egrin gave us that lets us summon a person, like that, I think that's going to be very, very impactful. Like when we need it, it's a big deal.
It is a big deal, and I totally forgot to actually build them and put them into your thingy. So, you have them, they're just not on your sheets. I might do that during break. Do you want to pick on Vosti?
Yeah.
Vosti, what stood out to you from last session?
That Egrin turned out to be a good guy after all.
Yep.
Well.
Okay, now hold on. Why did you say that?
Why?
Does anybody have any predictions for this session?
Oh, I got one.
Go ahead.
We're gonna, when we say our fucking goodbyes, someone's gonna drop a lore bomb on us, or something's gonna happen right as we're getting bamfed or picked up in an Uber. I don't know what's gonna happen, but it's gonna make us immediately go, no, wait! And then there's gonna be something like that.
Okay. Interesting. Who do you want to pick
That means it's a yes. Barry.
Me? Second again? I'm the first loser.
That's crazy.
Well, outside of the obvious, there's probably gonna be some emotional moments. I can't think of anything.
Okay.
That's it.
Who do you want to pick on?
Eeny, meeny, miny, Vosty. Eeny, miny, mosty. Sorry.
Just predictions, right?
Yes.
I don't know. Someone's gonna cry. And I think we all know who that is.
Gwen.
Surprise, it's gonna
Probably.
be you.
Yeah, it is probably going to be you. Who do you want to
What?
pick on? What?
Well, speaking of, I'll pick on Alara.
Do you have any predictions, Alara?
I mean, yeah, there's just going to be tearful, emotional goodbyes. I mean, because I don't even. Oh, we're going back to the Oracle, right? That's who's picking us up in the Uber.
Correct.
I think so.
Yeah, I don't even know what to expect from when the Oracle picks us back up. So yeah, I'm in the same boat. It's going to be an emotional day.
Okay.
Do I
Like
win any
that one.
prizes if I don't cry?
I don't even know why we're
No.
entertaining that bet.
She'll
Like
put that
Vegas
ring.
took that off
She'll
the
put
board.
that ring that she's gonna put on your sheet anyway on your sheet if you don't cry.
Vegas said the odds were
it's-
way too
it's-
high. That
Yeah, it's so stacked against you in the best way possible that it feels like it would be punishing if I put a prize on you not crying.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Dakin, do you have any predictions?
I'll write in my notes that you were a big, big, strong girl, and you did a great job if you don't cry. It'll be in bold letters at the top of my notes.
oh, there's an incentive.
I predict that there will have been kind of along to what was said, I think that there will be a change at our destination. Something new will have occurred that is like almost immediately we have to jump into. Like we're going to get there and the Oracle's like, okay, this way, go ahead, deal with this, go. I'm in my star shack.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. I'm gonna stick with you, Dakin. What mood is your character in?
Wait, me?
No, me.
Dakin.
Dakin.
Oh,
I think he's using the distraction of all of the shit that they encountered, and like the puzzle of the universe, basically, to distract himself from how bad he feels that they're leaving.
That's an interesting thing for a Lemoneth cleric to be feeling. Because ideally, you guys are in a perpetual state of leaving.
I would say
And
it's
arriving.
not something he's ever really felt before about a place.
Okay. Do you want to pick on somebody? Ask about their mood?
Yeah, Vosty.
Oh.
Aggro much?
Your girlfriend's a spy.
Yeah, it's hot.
Oh my gosh, couples who
Mood.
spy together stay together.
That's right. And have
That's
crazy
true.
sex.
That's true. I've seen Mr. and
What?
Mrs. Smith.
Whoa.
But so what? Let's see. How did we end the last session?
The
Me.
Vary's spell.
answers had been given.
That's right.
from
Father's
Barry's
alive.
spell. Yeah, your dad is pissed. And there's like a general sense that you guys are gonna tuck yourselves away into bed. Rissa's staying with Vosty because Vosty told her a terrifying story about gigantic lobstermen attacking them. While water filled up a chamber. And Alara and Leora are gonna hang out. That's sort of where
I thought we
are.
ended whenever Very opened her eyes and said he's alive.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that was the end of the session.
Those were established briefly before, I think.
But we were in the room, right? Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
you
what's
guys were
going
there.
to be happening.
Even the little kids are in the living room?
No. Eldrin and Rissa are out. Being sort of just taken care of and getting ready for bed and everything. And Leora is with Alara, so she's actually present for this, but she's mostly paying attention to her sister. Dakin is out in the house, like spreading around gifts like a little Lemoneth Santa. And then the triplets are together around Very, who's in her bed receiving communications.
All that to be said that he feels relieved. Okay, I picked Valerius.
I hope they don't fight that only one of them got a knife.
Depressed.
Depressed?
Yeah, he's just fucking depressed, man.
That his dad's alive. Cool.
He's just like,
On
man, I hated
Father's
that
Day?
guy. I thought he was gonna, jeez.
On Father's Day.
He's really committed to
You
this.
don't know what he's
on
depressed
Father's
about.
Day.
You don't know what he's depressed about.
He's depressed because he wants his woman back.
Maybe he just like stubbed his toe and that's why he's depressed. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
Oh,
That's true.
shut
And
up.
that's just his toe being
Maybe
depressed.
he didn't get his sauce in his DoorDash order.
There's a picture and there's so much sauce.
We went to this fucking
Who-
banquet and nothing had sauce. All just
Who do you
dry
want
meat.
to pick on Valerius?
Say again, I'm sorry.
Who do you want to pick on for their mood? You have two
Very.
sisters that are options.
I choose Very.
Hi. Like a mix of relief and also nervousness because she's like so sure that she's like fucked something up about creation because she had to explain what so many things were.
Mm-hmm. True.
Gosh, and I guess
How
if I had to pick someone, it would have to be Alara.
How is Alara feeling?
She's elated. She's having a party. We're good times had by all.
Really?
I mean, I think it's pretty obvious. She's super sad that, she's getting ready to leave her family again. But I think it kind of like it's instilled a renewed sense of like we're gonna solve this, we're gonna save the world, I'm gonna make sure my family is safe.
She feels purposeful.
Determined,
Purposeful.
Oh wait, that's not how I'm supposed to be feeling. Is I'm part of the autumn court now. Change.
There's melancholy on this side.
Melancholy.
If you like peek
Change.
around the corner, the melancholy is there.
It's hanging over my shoulder.
All right, okay. Well, then I think we can just jump into it then. I think I'm going to bring us just immediately back into the scene that we were in. So, Very has just spoken the words, he's alive.
First thing Valerius is doing is looking at her, making sure she doesn't fucking pass out.
She seems fine. Mood
Right.
taken into account.
A small sense of like relief washes over Alara. Like while she's still locked in this embrace with Leora, I mean, she heard what Very said and like a small, like she just relaxes just a tiny bit because, I mean, she's the one who had this vision experience. And so she was worried and
Mhm. Okay. Brothers?
Vosi would probably sit on the bed and ask, What did he say? What happened?
Well, I can only ask yes or no questions, so it was a lot of yeses and nos. He's alive. He's not captured. He's not unchanged from the last time I talked to him, but he couldn't explain more what he meant by that. You know who has not gotten to him, and he's very angry because I asked him a question that would inform him of what happened to us. With the bad guys.
Well, that's good that he's not dead or missing.
I tried to ask a question in the end that would sort of let him know what was happening here. Since I can't just say it.
Leora is attempting to not eavesdrop, but is fully like the hope is there, and she is failing. So it's like very clear to Alara, for example, who's sitting right next to her, that like anytime they say something interesting, she kind of like perks up a little bit, like she's it caught on her ear, and then she's trying to pretend not to.
And also I would say, like, as like Very's like explaining this, she's really only explaining it to like Vosti. But she's saying it in a way where like she knows that Leora's in the room. I don't know why I just had a stroke trying to say that. That's crazy. But yeah, she's like not trying to be quiet about it.
Okay.
Are you tired? Do you need to sleep? I mean, it's getting around to that time anyway.
Tired just from a long day, not from anything that I just did.
Okay, that's good. I wasn't sure if it always takes something out of you.
I mean, it sort of feels like my consciousness stretches really far, and then I come back, and I do feel like a little bit tired, but it's not as if I like failed to do so, and you know.
Right. Okay.
So I could go for some sleep, probably.
Right. It's getting to be that time. Vosti will stand up and he's going to look at Valerius. Try and read his face, hearing all of that.
Yeah.
There isn't like necessarily like a dejected look or anything. But there very clearly wasn't the same visual like relief. But again, like it's not like he was like, whew, oh god damn it, okay, what, like it wasn't, more neutral, but kind of just listening to you guys take everything in. You said he stood?
Mm-hmm.
Valerius would kind of like shift a little. I imagine he's like kind of leaning in the corner. We don't really have any idea when we're, kind of just makes like a little hand motion of like being led away. Do we?
Just tomorrow morning.
Yeah, not exact time, but I'm sure she has her ways to know when we're ready.
I'm just
Why?
thinking, when we should do our buys, everyone?
Well, most likely it's going to be after breakfast.
All right.
Would you... Dakin has been standing in the doorway for the last, 20 seconds. Would you like me to try and send to her?
Kind of looks to the others to gauge there.
I could ask her what time.
You're an idiot if you have him send.
What?
You go, dumbass.
I meant Dakin looks extremely embarrassed all of a sudden.
Not he didn't. He's directed all towards Valerius. Not.
I was talking about the Oracle.
Oh well.
About when we're
I know
leaving.
he wasn't talking about the Oracle.
I was talking about the Oracle. I'm so
Sure, you were. You should go to her, you dumb fuck.
boasty. He kind of shakes his head a little bit.
Sure, then regret it.
Boasty, she doesn't want to see me.
How do
Good
you know that?
night. And Alara
Oh.
grabs Leora's hand and just walks out the door. See you at breakfast.
In the
Mhm.
hallway, you hear Leora ask Alara, "Are they talking that woman?"
She just nods her head real emphatically.
As
She's
they walk
down for
past
the
him,
gossip.
in the doorway, he's gonna lean down and just say, "I left you a little present in your room. Be careful."
Okay. Is it? What did he leave in
lo-
my room? Is it gonna be scary?
Alara just shrugs like, I have no idea.
Literally has no idea. He didn't tell anyone about any of this.
Do you
Rissa down the hall.
you want to go look before we go up on the roof?
Yeah, I probably should check on that. And then she like hauls Alara with her to go and just make sure there's not like a
There's a bomb.
creature or something in her room, or
It's a gun.
Fully loaded and cocked.
Everyone gets a blunderbuss.
And Leora got the dagger with the handle that can turn into basically a flashlight.
It's a flashlight, yes, because continual flame can't actually burn things, so it can't hurt her or anybody else.
Yeah.
And if you just screw the pommel back on, it doesn't turn it off forever. It just extinguishes it for the moment, because if you cover them, they turn off. It's a neat little spell.
There's a comment that is easily heard that's just like, "Wah!" In the background. She's pretty thrilled with this thing. But what's happening in the stately not Inamar bedroom?
Just because she tells you she doesn't want to see you doesn't mean she actually doesn't want to see you.
Yeah, well, you didn't hear the conversation before we had to summon her back here.
Well, no. What did she say?
Rightly so. Isn't necessarily the most jazzed about the fact that you guys didn't know about her.
Understandable.
Specific phrases were used, and I can tell. I don't know, or maybe I don't. I don't fucking know anything anymore.
So she
it
said the
seems.
words, "I don't want to ever see you ever again in my entire life,
No,
Valerius."
she didn't say that. She didn't.
Did it mean something?
What, specifically?
You and her.
I mean, yeah?
And the only thing that stopped you two was your oaths. Is that correct?
No, not really. I'm trying to remember because it's been a few sessions. Valerius has not told the full story yet, right? Just the little fractured
You've just
pieces.
alluded that she's the chick you were in love with at some point.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, it was. There never was anything physically stopping me from introducing or telling.
Wait, hold on. Wait, you're allowed to be with someone, right?
You can.
Are you allowed to be with someone who's also in your order?
There's no rules against it.
Oh, fuck me. Then you're dumber than I thought. What's wrong with you?
I mean, it doesn't necessarily specifically apply to me and her, because at the time this wasn't a thing, but there's chain of command things. Like, I couldn't go and be involved with somebody like a superior than me. Like that, like, but that's just again, that doesn't apply.
Let's get chain of command in the way of love.
No, what I'm saying is that doesn't apply to me and her, because we were of the same level. I'm just saying, if there was anything, regardless, it's semantics.
Moot point.
What
Regardless.
does this
You
have
love
to
her.
do with anything?
I'm not. I'm saying, well, he asked. That's why I'm trying to get away from it.
This is the most irrelevant thing.
That's what I'm just saying. That's literally what I'm saying. The
Did
point
you
is,
love her or not?
yes,
Then go to her and talk to her, you stupid fucker.
it's a little harder than that.
Why? Because you're a pussy.
No, because
Are you guys gonna fight?
He's absolutely loose and just like, he's not tense.
Valerius ain't.
Yeah, this is just like playful, but
I
I'm
wouldn't.
being
yeah.
direct.
I wouldn't necessarily say he's feeling embarrassed, but he's definitely feeling ashamed.
Mm-hmm.
As he should.
Yeah, then I've won. What's stopping you? Be plain with it.
To be honest, right now I'd rather be.
No, I
with
want you to
the
lie
others
to me
here.
like you have all this other time. Yeah, we're
First
not
off,
stopping. We're going to get into that. But finish your thought.
when I'd rather be with the others here.
You
might
have
be
time
going
for
in the
that.
morning.
We've got time. Don't spend the night with her. I'm not saying. I mean, well.
Okay.
No, that's not going to be happening.
Don't spend the night. Just say what that you need to say, so you don't regret it tomorrow.
I think the problem is I don't know what to say. I'm still trying to figure out how to say it to you.
Have you tried
guys.
saying I'm very sorry and like really meaning it? That's
He
usually
points at Very.
that's usually
nods.
a great start. Is I'm sorry. What I did to you was messed up. I regret doing that.
Yeah, but I still need to say sorry to you guys. And I'm still trying to find the words, because me just sitting here saying I'm sorry doesn't feel genuine, even if it is for me.
You're stuck with us for a very long time, so the sorry can come later. You've already, you've already taken this much time. I could wait till, the next day or the next day or the next day. But we're, leaving, so, any conversation you want to have with her should probably happen now, because otherwise, what are you gonna... You're gonna have Dakin send her You're gonna have Dakin send... Oh, my God.
I already did it once.
First off, no, technically I have a ring, but that's besides the point now.
Yeah, you have a ring, but you don't know if that's gonna work, and then you don't. What if there's you can only use it this many times, and then you've just wasted that sending, then danger comes, nobody else can send for some reason, and bam, we all are dead.
You do know that you can only use sending once per week per ring.
He just has the faintest little eye twitch.
Dakin pulls out.
That's a cool light.
Dakin pulls out a scroll and goes, "I have a contingency for that," and then he tucks it back away in his bag.
Not helpful to this situation.
It's honest, at least. That's what you're asking for, right, from him?
Fine. He throws his hands up and he just turns and starts to fucking walk away.
Oh, look, his balls are getting bigger the more steps he takes away.
Roasty.
As
is there anything in the hallway I can grab and throw at him? A candle on a sconch that isn't lit, or
You're gonna throw something
there's
of
definitely things that
Absolutely.
there's definitely things that are throwable there.
Just a throw pillow on a fucking bench in a hallway. I don't know what our house looks like.
He comes back in the room, takes my pillow, throws it at him, and leaves.
Yeah.
Yeah, what do you throw?
Do you throw something?
No, I don't. No, there's
You
nothing.
could.
I'm not gonna.
You pick something up and pump fake it at him?
And try to find Saria.
Okay.
We
will come to that then.
Before yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. No,
you.
Okay. As he leaves past me, I'm just gonna throw emboldening bond, my second last, onto himself. Very and Vosti, just the triplets, as he heads out past me.
And then as he gets furthest away or like out of earshot, Vosti will sit back down and go, "Oh my fucking god, I can't believe that he's actually going to go talk to her. I didn't think that he was actually going to do it. Oh my god, I was just joking. It's going to be great. I wish I was there to hear him stumble over himself."
Vosti,
you joking?
sometimes you are a bad person. Do you know that?
I mean, I was half truthful. I did want him to go talk to her, but I didn't think he'd actually do it. That chicken shit's been lying to us about father this whole time. Good for him, though.
We'll
Has he?
unpack that eventually.
Has he lied to you about it, or has he just not told you his feelings?
Lying by
He's lied
omission
by-
is still lying.
He lied by not saying it, Dakin.
Yeah, but
We-
if every
we tried
time you
doing
guys
that
go,
with
"Wow,
Edgar, and it
Dad,"
failed.
every time you guys go, "Wow, Dad, we love Dad," and he says nothing, that doesn't tick to you in any way?
I don't think that we've ever had
Oh, we
that
never
type
really
of
said-
conversation.
Yeah.
I'm being hyperbolic.
I mean, we've just
Right,
recently
but it just
discovered that
doesn't
he's alive. Well, sort of.
Mm,
Not me more,
Huh.
but you know what I mean.
See, this is another person who lied by omission. You know, it's
I did. I didn't want to tell the truth and not be able to get back. But anyways, that's a whole other conversation. Good luck to Valerius, and let's just hang out for a little bit. With no important conversations whatsoever.
Now I want to tell you about my birth.
Daka goes, "Now let me tell you about my
You
brother." and then it
remember
fades.
that?
I was there. Of course I do.
A baby with consciousness.
When
That's the end of scene. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. When Alara and Leora go up onto the roof. Let me go ahead.
Ariora.
I don't think I have like a good just guy. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm just gonna bring us back to
You ain't got no roof.
don't have no roof. But I do have Demeti. So we'll just go to here and make sure that it's nighttime.
How much is that vase?
We went shopping.
I didn't see that vase.
So you help your sister out onto the roof. This is a place that you go often. And it's easy to do through the bedroom window of your room. She, I think, is aware and has been aware that you do this, but she's never, like, you guys have never really talked about it. Like why you go up there. But she seems excited to get invited along.
Are you bringing the light that Dakin got for you?
Yes. And she's like shining it at everything.
Not in my eyeballs. I can't see.
And definitely down at like the feet and stuff, and under the eaves to look for bugs, that kind of thing. I'm sorry if I made you sad earlier.
It's not so much that you made me sad. You know, some people, in fact, most, don't get to choose their family. And every single day, you all choose me over and over and over.
Well, yeah. Why wouldn't we?
It's I'm not saying you wouldn't. It's just you don't have to. But you do.
I mean, I don't have to choose Rissa as my sister, and sometimes I don't want to, but she's still my sister. So I guess, Laura, you were here before I was, so I don't really see a difference.
And I want you to know that that means the world to me.
Well, I'm glad that it means a lot to you, but also you're being kind of dumb.
I think Very would probably agree with that.
Well, she is pretty smart, but it's just that what why do you feel like we wouldn't pick you?
It's not any one thing that anybody has specifically done, but sometimes I feel like an outsider. I feel like I don't belong. I don't know who my parents are. They just gave me away. Why would they give me away?
Because they're even more dumb than you are, I guess. But now we have you.
Maybe I get it from them.
Yeah, you must, I guess. And
And
she
I'm
like smiles, like, because she's being sassy.
in Alara's, there's like some giggles in her undertone. I'm working on it really hard. Very has pretty much said the exact same thing. We had a conversation about it. I don't even know when because time is really weird right now. But her and I had pretty much this exact same conversation, and I'm trying really hard, and it's getting easier. I don't feel as on the outside sometimes.
You and I look the most alike. So don't you think that means something?
It does. I'm a part of this family.
Yeah.
And whether you guys like it or not.
But we do like it. That's what I'm saying.
I know, silly. And I just want you to know that that means the world to me. I'm going to do absolutely everything in my power to make sure that we all come back. I don't know what we're going to be up against. It's not going to be easy. I'm going to miss you every single day that we're gone. I'm going to make sure that we come back.
Well, I know you're going away for some really important stuff. And I know I'm going to miss you guys a lot. And I'm probably going to get angry. Papa says it's because I'm becoming hormonal.
That causes her to laugh. I've been there.
But we'll still miss you, all of us. And you came back, and the littler ones are going to be able to remember more easily. And you just have to make Dakin use his magic to talk to us more often.
Well, he can only do it so much. However, I think we have another way that we can try to do it a little more often. Again, so I don't know how much you've picked up on or what you've heard, but for us, we were only gone about 2 months. So even if we contacted you once a week, spread out over 3 years, I know that doesn't seem like a lot, but I'm going to try we can't expect Dakin to exhaust himself reaching out as often as I think we would like to. I would reach out every single day, multiple times a day if I could.
Yeah, that would be nice. Well, we won't be upset, but if something happened and you were still trying to reach out to us once a week, then you could tell us that at least when you got back home, if something weird did happen again. And then I would know that you wanted to talk to us at least once a week. And that would be good.
I will say that I absolutely will try to reach out once a week on my behalf. All of us have this ability now, I believe. But should something take a turn for the worse, and she kind of, like pauses for a minute and just, like, she doesn't want to be talking about the bad things with her little sister. Like, she just doesn't want her to have to deal with that kind of stuff. So she pauses for a minute and she's like, but if something terrible does happen, we may have to reserve that for resolving the situation at hand. But know that I will absolutely try to reach out to you at least once a week. And she like sticks her hand out like she's like making a business deal.
I think that's okay. And it's now very clear that she's like about to make a counter offer. But if we don't hear from you once a week, then that's going to be tallied, and you will owe us something for each tally.
I'm assuming to be determined at the time of redemption?
Yes, we get to pick it.
I think I can manage that.
Okay. And then she shakes the hand.
Alara gives a firm shake. And I also think that maybe I will start like a journal, and I'll just journal down the things that were the places we go, the things that we see, the people that we meet. And then bring back something that, maybe Eldrin would appreciate it a little bit more since he's kind of the book nerd. And don't tell him I called him that.
But he knows.
Okay, good. But then, a way of, documenting our journey, and, I'll note when we speak to you and the things that we talk about, but you have to let us know what's going on here too.
Yep.
Someone has to keep an eye on the two littles.
Probably me.
Probably you.
Do you think when you send to us that you could maybe sometimes describe what you see and I can paint it?
Alara looks thoughtful. I don't see why not.
Okay.
I'll try really hard to capture what we're seeing and doing in a really good mental image that I can describe to you. Now, I also don't know how detailed our conversations can be once a week. Again, I'm not very magically inclined. I don't know if you figured that out. But
Yeah, me either.
so I'm not sure exactly how it's going to work. But I will do my best.
Okay.
And then Alara kind of like holds her arms out for...
She immediately like wraps her arms around your waist and snuggles in and yawns. What if it rains?
It's just water.
Well, yeah, but like so's a mud puddle.
But a mud puddle's dirty.
I suppose. Should really stick Riss out here. She's always sticky.
I mean, if you'd rather, we can go back inside.
No, I'm okay. Everything's good.
Alara like lays back on the roof and props her feet to where her knees are sticking up and crosses her hands over her chest and just stares up at the moon.
And Leora curls up next to her. She's like holding on because she doesn't want to roll off the roof. And she settles into fall asleep. Do you fall asleep? Do you try and stay awake? What's Alara doing as she can tell her sister has drifted off?
She'll probably lay there for a while, just thinking about everything, staring up at the moon.
Mm-hmm.
Just like letting it re-energize her. Hoping that, tomorrow she wakes up and her silver poisoning is gone.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
she keeps real close to Leora, holds on to her, rests her head against hers every now and again, kind of like kiss her on the side of the head.
Mm-hmm.
Just happy in her family.
Okay. As Alara drifts to sleep, it's like a calm sleep, one that's maybe perhaps a bit surprising because she's had sort of this emotional day, but sleep reaches out and grabs her pretty quickly, actually. And as it does, she slips into a dream. Mm-mm-mm. And in this dream, she becomes aware that she becomes aware that she is in a dream in a very sort of lucid way. And it's because like the thing that strikes her the most is that she doesn't feel like the tile roof beneath her anymore. What she's laying down on is soft and it smells of earth and like a sweet kind of rot, like plant rot and rain. And she's not lying on her back, and Leora isn't with her. But there are stars overhead, and one of them begins to like pulse. And it sort of is just like pulsing bigger. And so it draws her attention, not just because it's like twinkling in a way that seems a bit more pronounced than most stars, but also it's the color of like a white gold, like an ember that's sort of growing. And it's getting just brighter and brighter until like you're sort of forced to blink to sort of squint it away. And the world has shifted when you open up your eyes. You're no longer lying down, but you're standing. In fact, you're running. And the wind is just like flowing past you, and you feel it everywhere because it's going through your fur. And when you reach out to pull yourself forward, it's with paws, not with just your feet. And your muscles are just stretching and coiling, and this feeling comes over you that is instinct, but it is like purely joyful, like you're running for the fun of running. And there are leaves that are on the ground that you're trampling over that have fallen from trees, but they're not just sort of like, you know, crushed orange and browns and yellows and that sort of thing, but they're like edged with this golden light that's sort of curling up on the edges. So it looks like you're kind of running upon like a glowing path that's sort of scaled by all of these leaves. And there's loam and like old apples that have maybe fallen on the ground and haven't been picked up, so they're starting to get overripe, and ash in the air. And as you're running, the forest closes into this narrow trail, and you can see there's like these vines along the side of this path that aren't just on the ground, they're like coiling up around the trees that are around you. And it's some sort of maybe like a gourd plant, like kind of like a squash or a pumpkin, but these gourds are even like hanging from the vines that are coming from the trees, even though they look like they would be too heavy, and they're also glowing slightly to kind of illuminate this path that you're on. And then you hit a crossroads, and there is a shift in the wind that strikes you as strange, but also maybe not so strange because you're in a dream. But it's now like blowing towards you, but from 3 different directions that correspond to the way that this path now splits in front of you. One of the paths kind of goes towards fog, and you can hear the sound of water in that direction. One of them sort of rises up a hill, and you can hear like rustling of leaves and branches, and like a faint sort of hollow sounding music. And then the third path just goes straight in front of you, but it also feels like it's going straight, but it's also coming back. Like it doesn't look like it's going to a place. But you feel like you have a choice.
Take stock of the different options before me. And run with the one that's up a hill towards music.
Okay. As you run up this hill towards the music, you reach this glade that has those same sort of like glowing gourds around. But there's also paper lanterns that are sort of being held aloft by little candles inside of them. And they're just sort of floating in the air like these like big fireflies. And you can see sort of in the center of this clearing, there are shapes that are dancing beneath sort of these naked branched trees. There's no leaves on them, but their branches are sort of rubbing together, and perhaps that's the sort of source of the music. But the figures are moving, and it's like maybe they're dressed in like silk veils or something, but like their clothing for all of them is just sort of trailing behind them, even though you can't really make out who they are. Like there's no individual faces that are standing out to you. It's more just evoking the feeling of music. And their faces are blurry, but their movements are really slow and sorrowful. There is a figure that suddenly kind of appears, and they're sort of in silhouette, sort of illuminated, and you can see that it's just sort of like this person dressed in black, but they have a mask on that has a fox face. And this fox-faced person bows low and then like offers you their hand, and sort of spooled between their fingers is this silver thread that they seem to be holding out to you.
Am I in person form or wolf running form?
What are you in?
Probably wolf form.
Okay.
So approach cautiously, bow back, and like sniff at their hand.
They smell like old leaves and bark, and wood smoke.
I reach out towards the silver thread.
Okay. Just to like nose it or bite it, or what are you attempting to do?
Probably with one of my paws.
Okay. As you lift your paw to touch the fox figure's hand and the silver thread, it sort of slithers forward and wraps around your forelimb. It doesn't hurt, but it does like pull taut, and this fox figure sort of draws you backwards into the center, or forwards for you. They're walking backwards into the center of this clearing, and you find yourself amongst these dancers, and you also are dancing. And the feeling that comes over you is a feeling that you are only sort of laterally aware of. This is not something that you've encountered before by circumstance in your life, but you are celebrating remembering something that you have lost. And it's painful because you've lost it, but that pain is what is reminding you of this thing, and therefore the pain is not bad. It hurts, but you remember why it is hurting, and therefore it's almost like it makes you happy again. And so you fall into this dance. What are the things that Alara might think of that she has lost that cause her pain? But because she can remember it, it reminds her that, she at least remembers it.
Probably Two different things. The chance to have known her real parents
Mm-hmm.
and Respin.
When she thinks about these things, the other dancers begin to sort of take shape, but so does she. And there's this moment where she sort of, in her frolicking as a wolf, doesn't reach for the ground again with her forelimbs, and she once again has hands. And there was not pain associated with this shift. She just simply was in her human form again. But her hands are smaller than she's used to seeing. Like, they're child-sized hands, like Rissa's size hands. And one of the shadowy dancers, who kind of looks like sort of a strong figure, like scoops her up and, sort of has her pinned to their hip. And then one of her hands, so that they're kind of twirling her like they're ballroom dancing, but she's very small. And she gets this sense of something that she could have once had. But then the dancer's face changes, and it's Karen's face. And she recognizes that while she carries this sort of pain, there's something that's been sort of soothing it. And she has like a sudden memory of this one time when that's just what everybody was doing. They were kind of having like a Maldoso dance party. And she got to be the one that was lifted up and sort of twirled around. And then he sort of like curls his arm around her and spins her out. And she's suddenly like, she's being spun out, she's quite tall. And she is once again her height, but drawn to another dancer who also sort of takes hold of her, like he's going to spin her around. But in sort of this very dreamy way. The way he holds on to her is with his back facing her. So he catches her hand over the top of his hand and holds her other hand like over his shoulder. And she's just dancing behind him. And she remembers his face perfectly. And she'd kind of started to forget. And she remembers his voice perfectly. And she kind of had started to forget that. And she remembers that there was a time that she could think about him without feeling pain. And the fact that she now feels pain as a result of that is soothing, because it made what happened before mean something. What is she thinking?
She's happy, sad.
Hmm.
She remembers the moment, and then how the first person she ran to was Vosti. And
Yep.
he told her it was going to be okay. And it has been. And then she thinks about the stuff that Valerius has been going through with Saria.
Mm-hmm.
Which is probably what triggered this. she's happy that it happened because it made her who she is, but still sad that it happened. But she
There
knows
is-
she
oh, go
knows
ahead.
she knows she's going to be okay.
This feeling that comes over her of, you know, there's suffering, but it is not unending, is a conclusion that she reaches in this moment. And it's something that she kind of recognizes that she'll have to re-reach that conclusion probably several times in her life. But as she does so, there's another dancer that comes up behind her and sort of like draws her away from the back of this person who is part of her past. And she doesn't see the face of this new person that kind of draws her in and starts spinning her around. But when they grin, their canines are a little bit longer in the way that hers become a little bit longer, especially when she's changing. As she's dancing, and in this space where fog is swirling with her and dancing with her, and the lights around her, this sort of warm orange, she becomes aware of like a lighter, bluer light from above. And when she looks up, she sees that the stars, all of them, are starting to fall. But they're falling out of the sky, not like shooting stars, but like little white versions of like sparks from a fire, but falling down in reverse. And they're all sort of just like coming to cluster around her. And as she's realizing this, she's no longer in this clearing. She's no longer dancing. She's just staring up at the sky. And as these tiny little star embers are drifting down, they brush against her clothes and her hair and her skin, and they start to stick. And each star that like presses against her is a scent that she'd forgotten from her childhood, like a particular dessert that came through that somebody was selling and they no longer sell that anymore at the market, or a funny thing that Valerius said at one point, or this fight that she got in with Very that was just because she was worried about her, and then she found out that Very was also like in turn worried about herself, you know, Alara, and it kind of like ended up in them just sort of having like a really tearful laughing session when they realized the fight that they were having was pointless. She remembers the first time that like Vosti sort of made this decision when he was like 8 that he just did not like shirts anymore. Like he just whipped it off. And like the weird sort of interrogation that you had, because at that point you were much younger and so curious about why he would suddenly just decide to stop wearing shirts and what that was all about. And you made this decision that you were going to help him, and grew your little wolf claws and tore up the rest of his shirt. So that way he simply didn't have a choice. He couldn't wear it. And he got in trouble for it because your mom thought that he did it, and he didn't rat you out. And so all of these little memories and the things that make these relationships that you've built with your family important are like sticking to you and becoming part of you. And this light is just sinking in, and above is only darkness. And you're glowing like you're the star. But then you hear a voice sort of reaching out to you, and you feel somebody shaking you. And Leora, is just calling out, just like, Alara? Alara, wake up. Alara?
Yeah?
Ah, okay. You stopped breathing for a second. That was really weird. I was just making sure you were okay.
What do you mean?
You were dreaming, and then you just like held your breath and you didn't let it out.
Alara kind of like pats herself to, like check in to make sure am I okay? Am I like corporeal?
You feel, sort of weird because this dream was not as specific as so many that you've received before. And you have a very weird like taste in your mouth, like you've been running and like you've got like sort of like a dry leaf and dirt taste in your mouth. But other than that, you feel like you.
I think I'm okay. I mean, it was a weird dream, but I think I'm okay. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Sorry if I woke you up.
Well, I didn't want you to stop breathing, so it's okay. And she just like curls back up again.
Alara just kind of tucks her into her side, lays back down, and goes back to staring at the moon and thinking about the dream, smiling at the little. Oh, go ahead.
Can I have you roll either a survival or a perception check, your choice? They're vision based.
You know what? Can I use my inspiration?
Absolutely. When you look up at the sky, and you would know this, the sky is different from what it should be. Not wholly different, so it doesn't feel like you like got, moved around in time or anything like that. But you feel like you are seeing stars that you've never noticed before in the sky above you. I'm just gonna send you a picture.
Ooh.
And like as you're paying attention to them, like they start to sort of make sense to you. Like new constellations. But that might just be residue from your dream.
I make a mental note so that I can discuss it with my fellow Dusk Watch members on the morrow.
Sounds like a plan.
So when we were in Valkyrian's room of future making, did I happen to see these anywhere when I was looking around the room?
Roll a history check. You did see these when he was taking notes from your conversations.
Interesting. Okay.
Valerius, are you going to try and find Saria?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm trying to. He's gonna try. Yeah, the temple. I'm trying to think like if he would know anywhere else she might be, but
That's where you would be if you were
yeah,
living here.
yeah.
Okay. So you're off to hunt her down. So you're just going to the barracks to see if you can find her there.
Yup.
Okay.
Noises.
You do. She is like asleep.
Fuck.
What would you like to do?
So, is the barracks like individual rooms or like how?
For the rank that you held and the others held, it is not. It is more, it's subdivided, but you have roommates. So, each sort of barrack room has 4 beds in it. And she's got 3 roommates. They're all also women. And you had 4 as well. There is a half elf that you also know quite well. She is sort of a newer recruit from when you before you left. So she's now been serving for about 3 years, according to her perception of time. And she's sitting and she's been reading with like a little light spell on her thumb. So when you come in, she's just sort of like immediately very attentive to what it is that you're doing in her room. But she doesn't say anything because the other 3 are sleeping.
So to start out, he wouldn't have just like barged in or anything. He absolutely would have like knocked on the door lightly, knowing the hour.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and she would have let you in.
Kind of peek his head in. Is she here?
Well, there's 4 of us who are she. So which one are you asking about? Yeah, she's sleeping. Is that what you wanted to know?
No, this is a me. This is a shadow reaction thinking. How pissed do you think she would be if you woke her up?
Well, if I woke her up, she wouldn't be that pissed, but she'd probably be curious as to why she's being woken up. So what's the reason that she's being woken up? Is that going to piss her off?
Maybe a quick conversation.
Who are you again?
Valerius.
Oh, okay. 1 sec. And she just like is sort of giggling to herself as she walks over and like starts poking Sari on the shoulder.
Too real of a reaction when you show up to your ex's house and they're asleep and you're like, hey, could you get them for me? I've seen one of my friends have this interaction beat for beat.
Oh, you're Valerius. Yeah, I'll be right back.
And she goes over and she like starts sort of shaking Saria lightly and she's like, what? And she goes, your ex is here and he wants to talk to you. And she goes, what? And she's like, he's literally at the door right now.
Are these dorms like just studio rooms where there's just beds, or are there like separate rooms?
No, you are watching this happen from maybe 10 feet away.
He immediately like button hooks around the door into the hallway, doesn't leave, but just leans back against the wall, hands up to the side of his head.
Can we get a scry, please?
Sorry, goes, oh, okay. Sorry. were you? And she's like, oh no, I was very awake, and now I really am. I'm just requesting that you do not close that door. And Taria's like, I'm closing the door. She goes, oh no, please. And she goes, I am closing the door. As she's like getting up and getting into her dressing gown and making her way outside, and she like firmly closes the door as she steps into the hallway with you. But you hear like a thud against the other side of the door, probably somebody listening. Is something wrong?
No, I'm sorry to drag you out of bed. Damn, I thought I had what I had in mind, and it all went out the window. Tomorrow morning is most likely, at some point, going to be when we, disembark. And, I'd really rather the last two conversations not be the last thing that is said between us before we vanish. Bottom line is the whole way here and the past few days since, or the other day since I saw you. No, that's just been all today, right? This has been the same day?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Backtrack a little. Since seeing you this morning and everything, I've been running through my head trying to find some explanation, some reason, some justification, and I realize that there is none. There is no excuse, there is no good reason for why I didn't say anything to the rest of the family about you, all of it. So, not necessarily asking for your forgiveness or anything else other than the opportunity to just say I'm sorry. Truly. Like I said, there's no justification that's even worth trying to explain, because it doesn't matter. But, I'm sorry.
Okay. And she's like rubbing sleep out of her eyes, and like it's taking her longer than it has been earlier today to kind of process what is happening. Okay, well, I forgive you, I suppose. I mean, it's sort of water under the bridge, as they say. There's not really anything that can be done at this point.
No, and I don't necessarily expect there to be. I'd never ask that of you.
Because you're over me.
He'd kind of blink a few times. What?
Aren't you?
He kind of like look down and almost like a look come over him of like not realizing that was a possible way that any of this could have been perceived. And like he's almost ashamed of himself that was even like just a possibility. And you go, I've gotten over you.
Well, I was gone for a long time, and then you were gone for a long time, so
I never even looked at another person after you passed. Well, I thought you passed. When you left, when we presumed you were dead, that's the most closed off I'd ever been. I came in here every day. I came out to your grave hoping that one day I'd see you standing there with a crew to dig it up, that it wasn't needed anymore, and that I'd just be able to see you again. I never got over you. Did it get easier to go day by day over the years? Yeah, but never got over you.
I guess. I mean, should I believe you?
I think you
'Cause
should
there's one.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
It's one thing to never invite me to meet your family, even though they were in Demeti. But I guess I could understand that because, you know, we were busy with the temple. But you lost me. And I guess I don't understand how there can be a reputation like the Maldoso family that stands together always, and you didn't tell them that you were sad that you had lost someone.
I think I'm slowly realizing that I am not as strong as I think I am. That I'm not as put together up here. And he kind of like taps the side of his head as I think I am. And me not telling them about you, not introducing you, not bringing you over, I think I was being selfish. Like I just wanted something that was its own thing. I wanted a relationship. I wanted something that wasn't there. Something that was our own. And probably sounds stupid because that was probably the thought of a naive, pretty much child at the time. It's not an excuse. It's just what I'm starting to think might have been the case.
I guess I can understand that. We were young before I got trapped away. But
You deserved better. You deserved better than that. I was selfish. I wanted something for me, and it wasn't just a me thing. There's nothing I can say to justify that. There's nothing I can say that makes that okay.
well, what?
Well,
Okay, let me ask you this. And she like leans her shoulder against the wall, and when she phrases this question, it is practically from one of the philosophy classes that you took when you were like coming up within the temple, because when the concept of justice was being spoken about, there was this idea of, what if something wrong has occurred, but correcting it has no impact? Like, do you put effort into that or do you not? Like, is it, basically it's sort of like an unanswerable question, but, the nature of justice and sort of your perception of it. And so it's sort of from that she's asking, if it doesn't make a difference and you can't expect anything from me and you don't want to expect anything from me, like, absolution for what happened, then what is it that you want? What is worth coming here and waking me up and ensuring that I'm going to be talking about this for like 3 weeks with my roommates? What is it that you want?
I guess 2 things, really. The first one, like I said, was to not get pulled wherever we're going to be going, and had not said goodbye, that I just left, that we left things how they were earlier. That was the first. The second is when we come back, I'd like to introduce you to them properly. I'm not going to say or ask to try to get back to how things were, but I'd like to restart.
Saria lifts one of her eyebrows. From behind the door, you hear, I think...
Go ahead.
I think let's just acknowledge that for several years, we've both been dead to each other in a very literal sense. And today we rediscovered that we were alive. So I guess that's pretty much as tabula rasa as you can get, huh?
Mm-hmm. I also think, given the nature of everything that's happened, that I don't think any of us are the same people as before.
I'm not the same person that I was before Valerius. I'm just not. I am so much older than you now.
Then maybe this restart is a literal one. If you want to, maybe we need to reintroduce ourselves to each other.
Let's leave it for when you get back.
He just nods.
So, no promises. I'm not going to hold you to this conversation in the middle of the night.
Fair.
And the who you are that comes back, we'll just have to see if he still is interested in talking to the who I am when you come back.
Just nods.
Is there anything else?
That's it. I'll let you get back to sleep.
Valerius, would you please be safe?
He nods. That is my, it's my goal.
And remember to reach out to us so we don't have to build another stone for you.
Kind of holds up his hand and kind of like runs his finger, or like it's like his hand like down his beard, and he's just nodding, and he goes, "Make sure to check in. We have we got somebody that can do it."
Okay.
Have a good night.
Valerius,
He turns and looks at her.
If you start looking at somebody else, then don't not look because of a memory.
How close are they, like from each other?
I would imagine. I mean, they're in like intimate speaking distance,
Yeah,
so I would say
okay.
there's probably like a foot, maybe a little bit more since he started to turn away.
Mm-hmm. He would step up. Again, stop if she does anything to like push back or like any sort of like don't type body language. Would lean in and kiss her on the cheek. As he pulls back, his hand would like hold hers for a second and just give a small squeeze and shake his head lightly and say, "My eyes were only for one." And then he would let go and start to turn and walk away.
I think she watches him go until he like is out of the hallway.
As he's turning and walking, he takes 5 steps and very quickly like shoots his leg up and just like half kicks the door that they're absolutely leaning on and just keeps walking.
There's like ah from the other side as somebody clearly gets their face thumped as a result of it.
He keeps going.
And sorry, he doesn't see, but she kind of half smiles at that.
What none of them see or anyone sees is as he rounds a corner and like is heading out of the hallway, at that moment tears just break down his face.
What's going on in his head?
How to quantify that into words? You ever realize it's what's going through his head is that he's realizing that there is more of a facade that he puts up than he's realizing. And he's starting to realize, starting to struggle with knowing in his heart what's like actually him or not. Or was it just a defense or a wall that he put up that he just adopted and convinced himself was true?
I think he sort of has like, it's not an epiphany. It's just sort of like a moment because he's in this temple and there's, murals and statues and stuff all around, is he has a moment where he kind of feels like there's something similar between himself and Piriel, because Piriel and her peer in light, who's sort of like her mortal avatar of justice that lives amongst the mortals, wear a veil, and nobody knows what they look like, and nobody ever will. And maybe that's something that he took to heart in a way that he wasn't fully aware of.
He makes his way back home, taking a little bit, not longer of a route, but more time going back as he kind of just takes in the sights of nighttime Demeti one last time before they leave.
Can I get a perception or a survival check?
I'll do a perception. Do I still technically have? Did you say you put an emboldening bond or something?
I did.
That would have faded at this point.
Okay.
You probably talked for a while, and it takes a while to walk there. I did my best for you, soldier.
No, it's fine.
As Valerius is sort of walking through the town and kind of just, looking around and sort of taking it in, the sky catches his eye. And very specifically, like this cluster of stars, and he's not super into stars, but there's these stars that sort of stand out to him because they seem to line up in a way that for him makes a shape. And he could just be projecting because of his mood, but the way they line up to him reminds him of a scale that's out of balance.
Okay.
With that, the night continues forward. And morning comes. Ilara, you and Leora know the sun has risen before anybody else. Everybody can take a long rest. Is there anything anybody would like to do before breakfast?
I'll pack all of his things that would be in like his travel stuff back into the bag and then just keep it kind of on a chair in the corner of his room. It's ready for when the time comes.
Mm-hmm. Verona's definitely downstairs up early, working on breakfast.
I'm gonna go help with that.
Okay. Very belatedly, I created something. So I'll bring it up here in just a second. And when I say I created something, I mean that I found a really awesome map that I wanted to use. Not that I personally made it. Mm-hmm. Oh. Sorry, it's taking a little bit to load.
That's okay. My intention is that I will bake my world famous cinnamon rolls.
Okay. Easily done.
And I used to make them all the time, so like the kids would remember them if they thought about it.
Oh, that makes sense. Oh no, I think I've lost connection to the server. Okay. Your Verona is downstairs, and like the second you start sort of gathering those ingredients together, she just like stops what she's working on, which is like frying up something, and just wraps her arms around you and kisses the top of your head between your horns, and starts like getting the rest of the ingredients down for you.
Oh, she's so freaking cute.
What's
What?
Posty doing?
I'll just clear my throat.
Oh.
I think he is going to walk by Valerius's room and knock.
Okay.
Cute.
Kitchen.
Isn't it fantastic? Let me take off the grid.
Give me a piece of that cheese wheel.
Somebody already did.
It's literally on a plate for you.
That's not a
Slash
big enough piece.
steals the cheese.
That's not a big enough. I need a quarter of the cheese wheel.
It looks like there's like 6 or 7 other cheese wheels over here, so don't worry. I think those are plates actually.
That's bad for your tummy. You can't eat that much cheese in the amount of time that cheese would stay good.
You could.
That sounds like quitters talk. Valerius, there's a knock at your door.
I'll give you 2 seconds. I'm so sorry.
Okay, what's Dakin doing?
1, 2.
I think he woke up pretty early. I think he's probably just sitting in the kitchen and enjoying like a bustling morning environment.
Mm-hmm.
Watching Very make her cinnamon rolls.
Rissa makes her way downstairs and is like still dressed in her pajamas and like socked feet and everything, but she climbs up onto the table next to you and like holds out a mug that's there, and she goes, I'll have coffee.
You'll have coffee?
Yep.
Okay. I stand up and I go over. Is there like a coffee pot?
There is a coffee pot.
I go and I find milk and I fill the cup almost all the way up with milk, and then I put a little bit of coffee in it.
Okay. I'm gonna let you know if you'd like to. If you'd like to, you can roll a insight check.
I would like to.
Okay. She is asking the one person who might not know that she's not allowed coffee to get her coffee. I'm gonna give it to you for free.
I feel like it was he immediately knew that.
Okay.
So he fills like a cup 95% of the way with milk, and then literally just looks at her and then tips the coffee pot into it and puts like a little bit that changes the color.
She like looks away from Dakin towards her mom and then like back to him, and then she like her shoulders come up and she like cups her hands around her face like she's like narrowing her own field of view. That means that everything else is secret as well, and like gives you like this very conspiratorial look, and is like grinning like she tricked you so bad.
I like hold the cup in front of me and I like back up like I'm being secret around the table to where I was, and then I slide it across the table and sit down and look over to the left away from her.
And then as she reaches forward and then like sips it and sets it down, is like, the good stuff. And it's something like Very has heard Kaylin say, particularly when because he's not a morning person.
What did you just drink?
A full
Are you
cup of
making
black coffee. I'm sorry, I spoiled it immediately.
You
I
rat?
go over to the table and I grab the cup. You are not allowed to have this.
But he ratted, and that's worse, isn't it?
Should I spill
That's
it
true.
on him?
It's worse. Don't spill it on me, though. That's not
I
nice. That's
spill
milk.
it on him.
There's milk in that. You paid for that. There's coffee in that. You paid for that, too.
I didn't pay for it.
Your mother did.
Probably with the income that I've helped secure, huh?
You shouldn't teach this lesson.
Did you
And-
actually spill it on him?
Yeah.
Her face is just like a. How does
I don't spill the whole
Ari put
thing
it?
on there.
D colon.
Like just a little bit.
I pretend it's really hot. Ah! Oh!
I put my finger in the cup and I'm like, this is really cold.
It's hot coffee.
I think it's milk.
Hot must have been out a while. And he stares daggers at Barry.
I think
But-
he lied to you.
Jackin, did you lie to me?
I hope you know that me, out of character, I don't like you anymore.
That's my fucking little sis, bitch.
I did. I
Uh,
only gave you a little bit of coffee.
Oh, you gave me some coffee?
Yeah, you got some coffee.
Oh, I'm not allowed to have coffee, Dakin.
I know. That's why I only gave you a little bit.
Did you hear that, Mom?
Oh.
I assume
Yeah.
Verona watched every aspect of this
course.
happen.
100%.
But Very is like being an asshole and trying to get her to
Yeah.
say something.
I think I'll just have water or juice.
Do you want apple juice?
Yes.
Okay. And I'll like give her like homemade apple juice. Like I'll spend my time doing that now, like a little side mission from the cinnamon rolls.
Okay. Dakin, go ahead and actually make an insight roll. Jesus Christ.
As a plus 13, we love to see it.
We love to see it. It becomes clear to Dakin that Rissa fully played the situation because she should have gotten into trouble, and then it completely turned around on Dakin, giving her something that she shouldn't have. And she just kept drawing attention to Dakin until she didn't get in trouble.
I love her.
He turns to her and wipes coffee milk off his face and just like nudges her slightly with an elbow and smiles.
I got the paper that you gave me.
Good. I'm glad. Do
What
you
does
know-
it do?
That is a very special piece of paper that you
Mhm.
can only use one time. I can probably get you another one, but it won't be for a while. And
Okay.
I think your mom could help you do it. But
What does it do? Does it turn
I
into a cat?
no, I've put some magic into it so that you, and I'm sorry, you have to pick one, but you can talk to one of your brothers or sisters. One time. Just a little message, and they can give you a little response. Just to check in. Or if you need to tell
Whenever?
them something, whenever. And even if we're off somewhere far away, it'll make it there right away.
What if they're going to the bathroom?
That would be unlucky, but it can happen. It has before.
Oh, but can you make it so it doesn't do that? I don't want them to talk back to me while they're going to the bathroom. That's gross.
Well, if you're ever going to do it and it's not urgent, just maybe wait 2 minutes and then try. And then if it hits them, they're really unlucky.
Yeah. She like has this look on her face, her nose is wrinkled, and it's just this expression where she has information that she wants to share, but it's so gross that she doesn't want to say it.
I set apple juice in front of her.
Ooh. Thank you very. Valerius.
Knock at my door.
There's a knock at your door.
Come in.
I go in. And I won't close it behind me, but just kind of... I won't close it all the way, just close it slightly.
Hey.
Hey. So... how did it go?
Not awful. We talked. It's nothing crazy, but she didn't try to stab me, so I think that's a good sign.
Always. Did you say what you needed to say?
Said what I needed to say. We spoke. The I guess consensus is that next time we're back through Demeti, gonna kind of try to, I think, just get to know each other again. It's very clear that whatever she went through and what I've gone through since the last time we saw each other, we're not really the same people, so kind of warrants just a reintroduction of sorts, if that makes sense.
And you're happy with that?
Yeah, actually. Very.
Well, good. I'm glad you had the opportunity to talk to her.
And want to make sure that when that time comes, if it's at that point something she still wants to do, want to introduce her to you all properly.
Yes, that's an interesting thing you did. Well, an interesting thing you didn't do.
Yeah.
I suppose that's a conversation of another day. But along the same lines, you're going to need to be more open with us, brother.
He looks like he was about to retort, but then he kind of just stops and just nods. Yeah, I get it.
I hope you do. Because you hurt her. And you hurt me. Probably more than you realize. And not like it's a ranking system, but out of all of us, the two of us should never be second. And it's a bit hypocritical, of course, because I didn't tell you two about my meeting with Father. I understand that.
I wouldn't say it is. At least I don't see it that way.
Well, it's different, but it's the same.
I just think I'm realizing and understanding the level of transparency that everyone's wanting from each other, and I get that now.
But I hope so. But when it comes to father, I think you know it means more.
Yeah, it's the one I was talking about too.
Well, that conversation's coming, so I hope you're prepared.
Whenever you guys are.
Probably not today,
No.
or at least not this morning.
No.
Who knows what exactly or where exactly we'll be when the Oracle takes us, but...
No, I'd rather spend the time we have here with them than dealing with this.
Agreed.
For what it's worth. Sorry. And I do mean that.
Well, I understand, and I accept it. And there's also someone else you should say that to, but I think it's going to take a little bit more work.
Yeah, I know.
I think out of all of us, the one that feels the hardest is Laura, but tries very hard to beat her in her emotions. And that's not a bad thing.
I mean, I don't think any of you are in the wrong for feeling and reacting the way that you have to this. I don't blame any of you for it. Even Very.
No,
I know she's
neither
been
do
probably
I.
the most outspoken about it all.
As she should.
Yeah, I don't blame her.
Someone's got to keep us all in check.
God knows we can.
You're right about that.
Just grins lightly.
Come on, let's go eat some breakfast. I think she's making her cinnamon rolls. I can smell them from here.
Something tells me she's just like, I don't get one. I don't know why. I have a feeling.
Well, I'll try and sneak you one, but we've got to be sneaky about it. Maybe here's what we do. We give it to Rissa, and then she's like, oh, I'm full, and then she gives it to you. And she can't say no to Rissa.
She is one of the most, cunning people of this family. I think she could pull it off.
We've got to use her to our benefit.
Let's do it. All right, let's go.
All right, that's the plan. All right.
Can I
Good
have
talk.
both of you roll history with advantage?
What the fuck?
I just hit disadvantage. I hit the wrong thing. I hit the wrong thing. Hold on. I hit disadvantage.
There's no way.
Oh my god.
Vosti, it's immediately clear to you because you've met Rissa that she would never help with the passing through of a cinnamon roll. She would eat it and then try and convince you that you gave her something else. Like, there's no way she's going to come in with this particular plan. You might be able to convince Eldrin.
Wait. On second
Guys,
thought.
I'm not rationing cinnamon rolls.
What?
On second thought, maybe not Rissa. She might
Okay.
shove it down her gullet, even on a full stomach.
Yeah.
Maybe Eldrin. Maybe Eldrin is he's the target.
Keep it in the back pocket.
All right, let's
see what
we'll
happens
play
when
it.
we
We'll
get
play it by ear. Yeah,
Play the battlefield. We'll play the field.
That's right. The fight rages on.
Battle rages on. 3, 2, 1, break.
What the hell?
That was. Can I just point out that was not Valerius and fucking Mosty. That was such a Shadow and Splooey conversation.
It was.
There's a little bleed there. There's a little bleed.
That's great. No, it's perfect.
I feel attacked, out of character.
Nah, he wasn't saying that she was dramatic. He was saying what's truthful.
No,
Is you feel
I
your emotions
feel
hard.
attacked out of character
Nah.
that I would withhold cinnamon rolls from my
Oh,
friends.
that that I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Riffing, just riffing.
Okay. I think we will continue with breakfast with everybody coming to the table. But we are going to take a break right now.
QL.
So
Woo.
we'll come back in 10 minutes.
Yo.
Before we go,
Ugh.
I love this table of players. I need everybody in chat to understand that I simply adore these players and how they play. But also, like, as a whole, fuck all of you for all of the spam you were posting in our player chat that I literally could not read because it was making me laugh in the middle of the scene with Valerius.
Wait,
I
feel like I should show people.
I think that you can, and it's just.
Hold on, before break, let me.
I just need you guys to know how attacked I was.
Window cap. Okay.
I gotta open up the stream again.
This is the chat for that conversation of those two.
I need you to scroll up because what really got to me was Alara's post at 6:17 p.m. with the fucking door kicking.
Oh yeah, that was so funny.
And then we've got I ship it so hard it hurts, and then this is drama for the girlies through the door. And then at one point Splooey laughed, but he was not by his microphone, and I was like, stop. You've never looked at another person, just Valerius bumping into walls, and I go, she has a point, but just kiss. And then kiss her, you idiot.
Yeah.
Come on. Are they not gonna kiss? This is the worst. Are you kidding? Obviously not. Kiss. Son of a... What? That's the opposite of the vibe. I don't care. Fuck vibes. You both aren't reading the room. Fuck reading. Kiss the old version of themselves goodbye. Start new when they come back. Shut up, bitch. I can read the fucking vibe. There is tension. LMAO. It's gonna happen. Boo. Even if it's on the cheek or forehead, that's hot. Okay. Yes, let's go. And then the blushing.
So, yeah, that was I was being sabotaged.
Oh, and Dakin's dead.
Yeah. Yeah, so we'll come back in 10 minutes. Thanks, everybody.
Are you muted on purpose or on accident?
Yeah, no, I was fully talking to everybody, like giving you guys like the most amazing introduction to the scene, but accidentally on mute. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks. We're going to be joining everybody with a breakfast. I was also just distracted because I was looking for this particular song. So everyone is at the table, and they're like people are sort of seated in a little bit more random seats than usual because they're kind of just coming together and making room for Dakin to be there, but also like the kids kind of wanted to like disperse themselves a little bit more amongst their siblings and sit next to them for this breakfast. So Verona and Kaylin are at one end of the table, and then I'm going to declare that Vosti is next to Verona, followed by Rissa, then Dakin, then Veri, then Eldrin, then Alyssa, then Leora, and then Valerius is between Leora and Kaylin. But everybody's all set out. There's like breakfast sausages and eggs and like I want to call it pioneer potatoes, but it's just sort of like diced and spiced potatoes and cinnamon rolls for breakfast and coffee and juices and all sorts of things, including fresh homemade apple juice. And the kids are kind of just talking, and it feels very normal. And part of it is because like they all know that people have to leave. But they're just like sort of leaning into the normalcy for a little bit.
Valerius is absolutely pounding down food.
And he doesn't get a cinnamon. I'm just kidding.
Leora is eating, and then she goes, Lara and I slept on the roof last night, and it was pretty cool. It didn't rain or anything like that. So I realized this morning that my bedroom window also can get out on the roof really easily.
Oh.
And so is that okay? And Verona's like, well, we'll take a look at it. Even though like Alara was sleeping out on the roof like when she was younger than Leora, but they don't need to know that.
Alara's just like that morning when Alara came down with Leora before like sitting at the table and stuff, she would have walked over to Vosti and just wrapped him in a really big bear hug before going to sit down and steal all the cinnamon rolls that she's not going to let her brothers have. But when Leora's asking about sleeping on the roof, she just kind of has like that sorry yikes grin on her face. It was a lot of fun.
Rissa immediately perks up and is like, "Wait a minute, are we sleeping on roofs now?"
Oh, no.
And her bottom lip comes out, and she just like stares across the table at Valerius. We're not. And then Kaylin like reaches over and just like pinches and holds on to her bottom lip until she's like, ah, and eventually tucks it in.
This little trickster demon. Dakin re-enters from the other room after cleaning all of the milk coffee off of himself.
What happened?
Just a little spill. That he stares at.
It was intentional.
It was intentional.
Oh, then you're practically part of the family. Veri's thrown food on all of us at one point or another.
Mostly not on purpose. It's just
Yeah,
Either-
it's a rite of passage.
well, it's
I
just
don't
that
doubt it either way.
sometimes people try to help me in the kitchen, but they just get in my way, and then I drop whatever's in my hand because I turn around and I'm not expecting them to be there. And you know, they were much smaller, so like it was like I was tripping over them, you know.
She dumped a whole cup of flour on me once. I look like a ghost.
Well, honored to be included then.
But
Do you guys know where you're going today?
Yes. Well, approximately.
sorta.
Sort of?
Like
We Go ahead.
Mhm. No.
we think we're going back to the place that we left from exactly. Because it is the person we left from's doing that will be bringing us back. But there's sort of a little higgledy-piggledy about details sometimes. So they might just put us in the middle of town or, you know, down the hill.
Higgledy-piggledy.
Higgledy-piggledy.
Who is this person that's popping you around in different places, possibly?
He kind of like looks around like he wants to. I think he's concerned about saying something that sounds so mystical in front of the three of them.
Well,
But I mean, the squid men with claws story was already told. So I'm not sure if you're familiar, Verona, but the Oracle of Ithithondra.
It's a Thondra.
Yeah.
Oh. Well. Sorry, I had to pause to. Sorry.
I could hear it in the way you were speaking that it was about to come forward.
I tried to suppress it.
Bless
It's a Thondra. Thank you. What are you doing all the way over there? Or can you say?
We are just quite well traveled. And
I
also,
think I'm
That's
kind of a
exciting.
big deal there.
You really?
I forgot about that.
They played a fanfare when I walked through the gate.
They did. Do you know why?
She just kind of shrugs. I'm kind of an ambassador, I guess.
An ambassador of what?
Well, I don't know that I'm technically considered an ambassador, but I don't know. It's a weird arrangement. And she scratches her head. The Fae, they can be fickle things.
You have an arrangement with the Fae?
She like
Was it
looks
The little one?
she like looks at the group and she's like, didn't we tell them this? I thought we told them
The
this.
parents. Well, Mom. It doesn't seem like a good lesson to teach to do that.
Kaylin like looks at the littles and is just like, it's always good to consult your mother or I before you enter into any agreements or contracts with anyone, particularly strangers. Okay.
Particularly ones that look kind of magical.
Like more magical than you guys look?
Like all covered in leaves, or they have like antlers, or you know, if they have like a forest vibe, be extra careful.
Antlers. Higgledy-piggledy antlers.
Higgledy-piggledy antlers.
I can't take her today.
So you're an ambassador for some fae?
Again, Alara kind of shrugs and it's kind of like,
Potentially.
I don't. Yeah, maybe, sorta, kinda.
Are they going to give you wings?
That would be pretty cool if they did, but I don't think so.
Are you going to grow antlers?
She like grabs above her head where antlers would be if antlers grew from her head. I don't think so. No higgledy-piggledy here.
I think if you were going to grow antlers, maybe it would be part of your shifting. Like you wouldn't be a wolf anymore. You'd be like a reindeer.
Her nose
Jackson
like
puts his hand over his mouth.
her nose kind of scrunches up.
Now that would
I-
be very interesting.
I don't know that I want to be a reindeer.
Well, maybe I guess we would call it just a weredeer instead of a were-reindeer. That sounds weird.
I'll have
wereaboo.
to- And Alara throws some breakfast food item at Dakin when he says that.
Not
Hey,
again.
I'm not the only person who has thrown food on everyone here at WoW. I think we should just get that out on the table now.
I don't think we should be comparing who has actually thrown food on anyone. It would be wonderful if at one point we got through an entire meal without a food fight. I
Well-
would mark it on the calendar.
The last
Marissa
bit of a
throws
piece of
food all the
sausage I
time.
have, I fling it at Mom.
Alara gasps audibly.
I want to
Wait,
try
wait,
and
wait.
catch it.
Go ahead. Give me a dexterity save.
Deck save.
Yeah. Okay, you
20?
snatch it out of the air.
I'm eating food and just enjoying this whole conversation, not really like trying to open his mouth. They're doing a good job of stepping in it, and then he just sees something like being fired at Mom, and he's gonna catch it with his hand without really looking.
Does he instantly eat it?
And then, what is
She
it
just
that
sort
you
of,
threw?
like, a
Sausage.
Like
piece of
the blast-
sausage.
hmm
He'll look at it and go, and he'll smell it, and then he'll eat it, and then go back to just eating this plate.
Verona sort of like smooths out her shirt and just looks at Valerius, and she's just like, well, somebody is in the running to be not the favorite son. Which
just
is a really
winks.
difficult contest to have because I have only favorite sons.
Vosti swallows hard. Mother, it was never a competition. I
Like
won a
if it
long
was.
time ago.
Oh, I forgot. Actually, I'm currently the champion.
Oh, that's
I
true.
can't-
You
I
probably,
can't argue
yeah,
with
you
that.
are the reign. Yeah,
True.
you win. You win.
Yep. You have to do really good things like dust in order to actually be the favorite.
Oh God, yeah, it's been a long time since I've had to dust.
Mm-hmm.
No, you're
Well,
right.
someone here knows all about dusting, and I just point to Valerius.
Yeah, but he didn't dust it here.
Only at
He
his
dusted
job.
other places.
Only at his job.
I am a champion cleaner.
I thought you swept.
I can handle a broom like no one's business.
He does lots
Oh.
of things.
Well, perhaps before you go.
Oh shit.
Nevleris, perhaps before you go.
Mm-hmm. Perhaps an amount of sweeping equal to the crime of throwing a piece of sausage at your mother.
I give her a smirk. It's very reminiscent of like a little shit smirk that he'd probably give when he was much younger.
I've missed this quite a lot. I really hope that your journeys are safe and that you'll come home again soon.
Oh, Eldrin, I have a request.
Yeah.
You know that book that I got you?
Yes.
There's a little cantrip in there called Prestidigitation. And I think that
Okay.
that should be the first thing you try to learn.
Okay. And he like reaches behind him underneath his shirt, and you realize he's like tucked the book into his suspenders. And he pulls it out and starts flipping through the pages to try and find this cantrip.
You can do a lot with it, but okay, imagine somebody has spilled flour on you, like I did once, and you could just like, snap your fingers and say a little word, and then it no longer looks like you're covered in flour. I mean, you are still underneath that covered in flour, but it wouldn't look like it.
Oh. So it's fake clean?
Well, I think you are really, actually, I think you are really, I don't know this cantrip, I just have read about it. But I think you actually are clean. It's like real clean, but it can do some fake stuff too.
I'll never have to take a bath again.
No, you will still have to do that.
But
You can only clean a very small area, and you're like you're growing up to be too tall for the spell to be able to clean all of you, and then you would just be like a little bit clean.
I think I am still a small area.
Well, but like not small enough for the spell. It's not like a very, like it's just like a little baby spell.
But
And you're
she, like,
not a little baby.
She like pulls her knees up towards her chest, like putting her little feet on the chair, and then like curls down around and like puts her head down. She's like, I could be incredibly small.
It just wouldn't work.
The smell doesn't remove stink. And then he'll lean over and smell her hair and then feign like, ugh.
And you would
I'm
still
not
be so sticky.
I'm not. You're always sticky.
Clean and dirty are two different things, and sticky is its own beast entirely.
It's like a whole separate category.
Hilarious.
I'm sorry, as the lawman here, unfortunately, you have been caught red-handed. Sticky fingers and all that.
Alara.
You put honey in his beard, not me.
It's still there. I can't get it out.
Well, then that makes Valerius more sticky than me, and so my stickiness doesn't count.
No,
Well,
but
it
that's just a
does
small
still.
portion of me that's sticky. You're a higher percentage of sticky.
Is he putting the sticky part all over other people all the time?
Barry, I really like your cinnamon rolls. They're very tasty, especially.
And great news about that. I did make like a couple extra batches of the dough for it, so you guys can and I made some extra icing so that you guys can make more in the coming weeks or however long.
You're the greatest sister ever.
Yeah, they're only for people who take baths.
It's true.
Oh, it's
Alara
just
feigns
unfortunate.
being hurt when she says that Vary is the best sister ever.
Rissa's like in this like stun locked position where like her mouth is kind of hanging open and her brows, like she can't tell if she's really pissed off or is just trying to think of like a way to get out of this. But she's just sort of like staring into the middle distance, looking irritated.
1,000-yard stare.
Yeah. Alara and I we came up with a deal last night.
Oh.
Oh, good, more
Yes.
deals.
Yes.
I'm good at making those, aren't I?
And what did we just learn about deals?
Mm-hmm.
But hey, I'm not a really weird magical looking being, so it's okay.
But it's great that you're bringing this up because, he did just tell you that if you're going to make a deal, you've got to run it past mom and dad first, so
Good job,
Well,
Diora.
it will be made
we already did
but
shake
it will be
on
made
it, but it's
it will be made
Oh.
official once you present it to the parents.
Oh, okay. So we made a deal that they will try and send to us at least once a week. And if they miss any weeks, or we have a week go by, if time gets all weird again, then each week that we don't get a message from them, then we mark a tally, and then when they come back, they owe us something for each of the tallies.
Like what kind of something?
More cinnamon rolls.
Oh, it's to be
Ah.
decided at the time of redemption.
Yeah.
You left that open, Alora. What? They could ask for a new tree. How are we supposed to give them that?
Oh,
1,000 gold. Oh, okay. Here's 1,000 gold. I'll probably have it at that point.
That will not be on the table. I will just make this clear.
The
And
thing
if
we
it
owe
is-
you is
if it
under
is-
negotiation.
Then it will have to go into some kind of savings for your
Oh.
future.
It's very smart.
Well, we'll just see what it is that we need by the time you guys get back. Kittens!
Oh. What about the cinnamon rolls?
Cinnamon rolls and kittens. You guys might mark up a bunch of tallies.
Hopefully not.
What about books?
Well, that I'll do anyway. Speaking
Okay.
of, are there any requests since we're leaving again, for books for me to bring back?
I need a new journal.
Okay.
And maybe like just like a book that's interesting about a place that you go.
You got it. Ooh, maybe I can get you one of these fancy journals that I got as a gift. And I'll pull it out and I'll start talking to it, and then it, like, as I'm talking, it'll be like writing down what I'm saying.
Oh, that would be so useful.
Okay, I'll try to get
Yeah.
you one of these then.
Okay.
And I put it away.
Boasty,
Yes.
if Eldrin is getting Vary's book,
Mhm.
then can you bring me an axe like yours?
Just like it?
Yeah.
Well, it might be hard to do an exact axe replica. But I'll try.
Okay.
You want an axe? That's it?
Yeah, a big one. She
To
like
be
holds up her arm and like flexes a muscle.
I
To
mean,
be
you
used
won't.
when you grow up.
Yeah, you won't be able to use it for years.
But if I start practicing now, then I'll be as big as you by the time I grow up because I'll have that much muscles.
That's good. That's reasonable.
That's kind of reasonable.
That's
What if
pretty
he gets
logic.
you? What if he gets you one that is your size compared to how big his is to him,
There
and then
you
it's
go.
the same amount of training, and then he can get you a real one later, a really
Right.
cool one that's for you. That's not a copy of
Mhm.
his.
You might change your mind. You might want a giant sword or
A hammer?
mace. Yeah, hammer.
Wow.
I would like a giant axe.
Okay. All right. Giant axe. it
Because
is. Oh, go ahead.
if I change my mind, then I'll have a giant axe plus whatever I change my mind to.
God, she's the most cunning of us all.
said
Hilarious. You're right.
I called it.
It's amazing.
I look
Like
at
knows no bounds.
I look at Verona and Kaylin
Bounds.
like to see what how they're reacting to this.
They're so used to the fact that they're like unintentionally raising a barbarian rogue that they're just eating.
All right, giant axe it is. I'll do my best.
Okay. I don't think I if there's like maybe paint or something that you guys find that seems interesting, or when you do the sending, if you can tell me what you are seeing, and I can paint that. I suggested that to Alara. That would be nice to have.
Alara nods.
Yeah,
Lyra,
we can do that.
Do you take good notes about the things? If I described something to you, would you could take good notes? Because I can, if we have some downtime and we find something really beautiful, I could spend 3 days giving you multiple messages about what it was like to give you a really good idea.
Yeah, I can do that. Or you can tell me what it is and I can start painting. And then the next day you tell me a little bit more and I can paint a little bit more. That would be
So
actually
big
a
picture
really
and then the
interesting.
details.
Yeah, that would be a really interesting like lesson, I think. That's not Mom, I'm going to need some more art paper, I think.
I raise my hand.
Very.
I don't know how often I will be able to do this because, it does prevent me from resting, and I am going to probably need to rest a lot. But if we have some downtime, I can show you something we've seen in your dreams.
Her eyes widen.
And it would be like a whole 8 hours of... And I can change it and, add stuff. And, we could create something together.
And I would remember when I wake up.
Yes.
That would be really cool.
It would be kind of like we're hanging out together.
I want to do that.
Well, we did the other night, remember? With
Yeah, I
talking
want to do it
cat?
some more. Mhm.
Well, yes. So I offer this to all of you, parents included. But like I said, it would probably be sporadic. So, a couple weeks could go by before the next person gets to experience that.
What does sporadic mean? It means occasionally. I like occasions. So the breakfast sort of continues, and you feel like you have about an hour before you're going to get whisked.
Is the shop open?
The shop is open.
Mm.
I would like to go and talk to Victoria.
Okay.
Oh my god. I'm getting the Discord chat ready.
Yeah, I was about to say, I literally clicked over.
Fire it up!
Cast fly on wall on self.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna look at the Discord. How about that?
He walks up to try and talk to her, and I
simply
cast
cannot.
silence just at the border of where he's standing.
Cannot.
Wait, you cast what?
You walk up to talk to her, and right at the edge of where you're standing, I cast silence. So you just walk
nice.
up and start opening and closing your mouth. No, you just are going like, "Ah,
Great.
bah, 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 bah," and she's looking at you talking, going, "What are you doing, Free?"
Do you actually do that?
No, of course not.
Okay, thank God.
Psychotic. I'm in the complete other room.
Psychotic. Okay.
Yeah, Victoria is currently behind the counter. She's in the process of powdering some herbs in order to fill packets that they sell for various things.
And just before we start the conversation, Gwen, remind me when Egrin told us, or not Egrin, sorry, yeah, Egrin.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, I'm confusing that with our brother's name.
Eldrin.
Yeah, Eldrin and Egrin didn't do us any favors there, Gwen. So when he told us that Victoria is a Black Moon,
Mm-hmm.
did he say that she knew that we were as well? Like she knows why she's here?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
because I specifically asked him if she knew that we were.
Okay, I forgot that. Okay, cool. All right. Those two will walk up and sort of is she not paying attention, back turned or anything, or?
No, she's facing out. She looks up at you while she's in sort of grinding some herbs with the mortar and pestle. Good morning.
Good morning. I don't. We never really got introduced before. I saw you in passing. I don't know if you remember that. I remember you, but my name is. You probably know my name. Well, of course you do.
I
You work for my mother.
do know you. I do remember you.
Right, yes, of course, of course. So listen, well, it's not a secret anymore. We're just to let you know, we're aware. Oh, what?
That we both have an interest in herbalism.
Of course, that we're part of the herbalism club, and have a very strong focus on herbs.
I've heard that about you.
Yeah, I could name so many herbs, but I choose not to because it's a secret. The secret club of herbs. Well, oregano.
Name one.
Because it goes on spaghetti. Oregano. What was that? Did you hear something? That's weird.
Did you need some oregano?
Why did you say it like? No, we're good on oregano. But that's good to know that you can provide. Okay, listen. Okay. And he'll like lean forward a little closer. I don't normally ask people to promise me things.
Okay.
Because it's hard to keep a promise. Don't you agree?
I prefer plans.
Interesting. But I kind of need you to promise me that you will do everything you can to protect the people next door.
The Andersons.
What?
They're your other next door neighbors.
No, not the
Shop's attached to the house.
Not the Andersons. They're very old. They're probably close to death anyways. But no, I'm talking about
the Scots.
Our family. Not the Scots. They're behind us. They're not even next door. Well, I don't really consider it next door.
Okay.
Scots, we share a backyard, I suppose. But
the widow.
No. What? The widow? Is she alive? It's been 3 years.
Yes, she's still alive.
She's still a widow. She hasn't remarried.
And kicking. Well, of course, she's still a widow. You can't not become a widow.
Well, you could remarry. I guess you're still a widow.
Yeah, but you're still a widow.
Oh, that's true. No, I'm talking about my family. The Maldosos.
Oh, the Maldosos. Okay.
Yes, of course. Yes, the most famous family in all of the city. That one, of course.
Well, certainly the Duke and his family are probably the most famous.
Debatable. You could probably talk to a lot of citizens and ask them, and they'd probably have truer answer. But
I don't know.
yes,
I think that the Baron and his family have a lot of power, and your mother is wonderful, but she just owns an herbalism shop. It's not like she has her blue children and her werewolf running around.
Yes, not like that at all. Yes, but that's the promise that I need you to make to me.
To you.
To me.
Why would I value making a promise to you?
Well, Victoria, I thought we went over it. I'm a motherfucking Maldoso.
So, why do I need to make the promise to you? Shouldn't I make it to your mother?
Well, yeah. Well, yes. I mean, of course. But like, if you make it to me, it's like making it to my mother. But it's letting me know that I am going to be not concerned.
Mama's boy.
That's not entirely not true, but that's besides the point. I think my point. I just need you to promise to me, because it's like promising to my mother. And you don't want to make my mother mad, because that's worse than me if made me mad. So that's
What would happen if I made you mad?
well, I don't know. And he'll like let it build a little and try and like flash his eyes violet.
And she kind of like, she takes notice, like her eyes kind of widen a little bit. And then she raises her eyebrows. You look at me.
What? I look at you?
Is that what you'll do when you're mad? Is look at me and make your eyes turn purple?
Well, no, it's something that comes after that. If I really get mad, that was just a taste. It was just a tip of the iceberg of my anger and rage and what comes after that. I don't know exactly what it is because it's different every time. Sometimes.
So what you're saying is, if I make you mad, you pay attention to me.
No, that's not the precedent I'm setting. No, this is not the contract that I want signed. I'm simply saying that if you don't, I get mad and then I'm not necessarily paying attention to you. It's more of that I'd pay attention to you regardless if I was mad. Because you work for my mother, of course. And because of the secret herbalism club that we share. I just please promise so I can end this conversation.
Are you nervous?
Yes, I am. I've
What's
recently
making you
learned
nervous?
it's better to be truthful. The way you look at me.
What is the way that I'm looking at you?
Well, here comes the honesty. It reminds me of a dream.
You dreamed about me?
Maybe. And not necessarily on purpose.
Well, I think you already know that I'm here to look after your family.
Well, that's good to know. Do you believe in fate?
I think timing is important.
I think timing's the secret to the universe.
Some say that.
All right. Good answer. I need to go and check on the family before I leave. We're leaving in a while soon. So, yeah, I hope this isn't the last time we talk because it's been, well, contrary to how I appear, it's been nice.
I think you seem nice.
Well, thank you. And I think you seem nice as well. Just two nice secret herbalism club members talking.
You have a good trip wherever it is that you're going, Vosti.
I will, Victoria. And, well, I plan on coming back.
That's probably good. Your mother would miss you.
Just my mother. as he turns.
And your siblings.
Right, just my mother and my siblings.
And your father, stepfather, I suppose.
Sure, Kalen, right? Mm-hmm. He'll take a step towards the door.
And all of Demeti, is that what you're fishing for? After
Yes,
all, you're
all-
part of the most famous family.
That is me. Part of the motherfucking Maldosos. And he does like a little bow. All right, well, goodbye.
Goodbye, Vosti.
Or maybe.
See you in your dreams, I suppose.
Oh, fuck. All right.
Oh my god.
Yes. He'll walk out the door. And he'll like, the door closes behind him, and then he's like jittery a little bit, and he's like, oh my god, he like stretches his neck and like arms straight out to his sides, and then like kind of, just shakes it off and stands up tall with his chest out, and then he walks back into the house.
I'm holding up a sign that says I ship it.
The family is there. Rissa's just like, where'd you go?
She said that to me.
Mhm.
Oh, just wanted to check on the shop and make sure that it's going to be tidy and secure, and that Victoria's going to look after it and help Mother.
Oh, Victoria.
I like her. She's nice.
She is, isn't she?
Mhm.
You like her?
Yeah. Do you like her?
She's nice. She's very nice.
That's not
She's-
what
Yeah.
she asked.
Well, I mean, I just met her. I don't know.
Mhm.
I mean, of course, I was to be respectful and kind and as cordial. Of course, I like her. I don't have any reason not to like her at this point.
Right.
Just helping Mother, and we are part of the same secret herbal club. So
You're in a secret herbal club?
No, we all are. We all are. We all are.
I'm not in a
Very-
secret herbal
You
club.
guys smoke dragon grass together?
No,
What?
I am not in this club.
What's dragon grass?
Dakin,
Oh.
no.
Am I in the club?
Nothing. No,
You're not. There's no club.
not
I
yet.
don't know what Vosti is talking about.
My code name's Poison Oak.
Oh my god.
Can I be
You can be lily pad.
no, I don't want to be lily pad.
You can be dragon fruit.
No, I don't want to be dragon fruit. I'm
Well.
gonna be stinging nettle.
Honestly, great
Oh.
choice. Great choice.
Stinking
Better than
I like
both
it.
of the ones we said. Well,
Oh.
hurtful. Just
Wow.
hurtful. No need for that. Hurtful.
Nettle. Hilarious.
Wow.
She cackled first off mic. The gate closed that.
She like
cackle up.
leaned back in her chair
did.
for that laugh.
She laughed into the hallway.
Oh my god.
Stinking nettle. That's so fucking funny. Okay. She like stares, like she glares down Valerius and like sticks her tongue out at him and runs off to
He sticks his
just
tongue back
upstairs. Victoria's been really helpful in the shop, actually. You've never
That's
really
good.
taken an interest in it, though. That's a little strange.
What, the shop?
Yes.
I've taken an interest in the shop. Well, I mean,
Just
not,
because you have a chair out there doesn't mean you've taken an interest in the shop.
of course, I like watching you guys work, and on my off days, I provide the security that this shop needs in case rogue bandits want
Yeah,
to
but you've never
pick
like
flowers?
stayed up
I don't know.
until closing to help them organize the shelves when they've decided to move everything around.
That's true. I have not. I
And
didn't do
and
that. I got busy.
I did that.
Are
I'm
Yes,
really
you
Are
good
did.
at
you
organizing
interested in
shelves.
herbalism?
No, not
Then why are you in the
not
club?
really.
I mean, Vosti, based on what I've heard, I've helped more in the shop than you have.
There's no debating it. I don't have. You know what? I have as much interest in the shop as necessary.
Why
I
are you so
don't.
flustered?
What? Flustered? No, it's hot in here.
What's the difference between an
You're-
herb and a
There's the
spice?
fire on or something.
Vosti, you're stuttering.
I'm not. I don't know what you're talking
Where's
about.
your like trademarked
What?
confidence?
You know what?
Are
Hold on.
you-
Reset, and then is my chair empty?
Yes.
He flops into it like Vosti in chair lounging pose that he always has, leg kicked up over the leg or the arm. Here we are. Back at it.
You're
Classic
so weird.
Vosti.
You're weird, Vosti.
Yes, but that's why you keep me around.
Yep. There's like a little bit of like he's leaving soon sadness that goes over her face. But she continues to help sort of clean up after breakfast.
His grin lessens a little when he notices it.
Did you have anything that you needed to be refilled as far as supplies go?
Say no to health potions.
I felt
Have gold.
uncomfortable to ask Verona, but I could use quite a lot of incense.
We could definitely spare some incense, and I would feel happy to give each of you a health potion for your journey. Go ahead. You guys can each add to your sheets a superior health potion.
Ooh,
Goddamn.
Not gonna lie to you guys, I got a lot of those.
Hmm.
I got
What
like
do I
10
okay,
have?
I brag about it, I guess.
Now I'm gonna have 3.
Brag about
What
it,
do-
I guess.
what do
Yeah,
we
for
get?
sure.
I am bragging
Superior
about
health
it. That's
potion?
what this is.
One of them for each?
Yeah. Mhm.
Oh, I got 2 now, baby.
Got 3.
And then,
yeah.
Dakin, you can like get 2 units. I don't remember what the unit is for incense, but 2 units of incense. And if they only come in like 1 stick, then go ahead and take like 20 incense.
They don't actually have like an amount or cost or weight other than the amount that it is used in spells.
Go ahead
So
and
if
take
you could-
like
Yeah, just throw me
We'll
a gold
say, like-
amount, whatever, and that's wonderful.
we'll just say 20 golds worth of incense. I don't know how
Cool.
much that buys you.
It's used for like 1,500 different cleric spells, so
Got
it buys me something in any way.
Yeah. Okay, that sounds good. Okay, I think. Sorry, I got distracted by this stupid chat.
I was reading it too.
Sorry,
Oh
I
my
apologize, chat, for that really big just silence. But there was just so much to catch up on. Okay, You guys have anything else that you need before you guys are whisked away?
Before they go, Alara
Mhm.
would give Mom the 5 hag fingers that she got when I think
Oh,
we
okay.
got them in Okuba.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yeah, we
And then-
specifically went to shop for her.
Yeah,
Oh.
so I'm going to remove those from my inventory, but now
Okay.
Verona can have 5 hag fingers.
Got
And
it.
then she would have at some point given her that flower that
I
they
wanted
got,
to bring this up as well.
that like blood flower that I have in that vial.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So, like, you know, there would have been a conversation along the lines of, here, don't know much about it, what it is, but if you figure something out, I mean, when we do our weekly check-in, you know, let us know, kind of thing. But yeah, she would give her that flower and the hag fingers.
And with the flower, I'm assuming you're telling her that where you got it from, that it was sort of on the verge between
We've
the
already
Feywild and the Shadowfell.
we
Yes.
talked to her
Mhm.
about it
Mhm.
a couple sessions ago at the spaghetti dinner, but we didn't
Mhm.
end up actually going and looking at it. We got distracted by family drama. So
Got
we
it.
already
Okay.
explained to her what it was and where it came from. We just didn't
Mhm.
actually get to like examine it with her.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think she's gonna try and sprout it and see what happens with it.
Yeah, I mean, Alara will tell her that it reacted to her blood, that it was around that big hole that Mary Vane
Mhm.
came out of. Like, she'll tell her everything she can recall about it.
Oh,
Okay.
I'll tell her that it reminds me of the Shadowfell, the area.
Okay. Okay, so we'll see what happens with that when you guys have your check-ins, if you remember to check in. Cough.
Oh, I have a
Um,
note. I have a note. No tally marks.
Anything else that you guys might need from the shops or anything like that?
I don't think so.
No, that's it for me.
Okay.
I guess
Um,
only if I could. Oh God, there was something I was thinking about. No, it's fine. No.
okay. Let's go ahead and I'll give you guys a chance to, if there's anything like a special goodbye that you want to be able to make to any of the family members, then you can do it. Otherwise, we can say as a whole that there was, like probably a tearful, lots of hugs, kind of goodbye, lots of familial threats to, come back or else, that sort of thing, and ribbing of Dakin to, keep them safe, but sort of with less stress put on it. So he doesn't feel quite so guilty about it, because I think they picked up on that when you guys first came 2 nights ago or 2 days ago. Is there anything that anybody wants to call out as like a special goodbye?
I mean, if no one else does,
Mhm.
I did want to talk to each one of them.
Okay.
Nothing super long, just short.
Okay.
Just sort of parting words. But I don't know
Anything
if
else to
anybody
say?
else has something.
Let's go with
Nothing
it.
in particular for me.
Yeah.
I don't think I
Shut
can. I don't think I can.
Yeah.
All right, well then I'll button this baby. Okay.
Okay.
So he's going to go up to Rissa. We're essentially going ascending order in your little picture list.
Okay.
And he'll go down on one knee and he'll reach into his bag and he'll pull out the pig hunt patch that he won at the thing. And he'll hand it to her and he said, okay, I need you to look after this because I want it back whenever I return. So now I have a reason, even more of a reason to come
Is it
back
'cause
to
I'm-
you all.
Is it because I'm stinky like a pig?
No, you're not actually stinky. You do smell like earth and trees and leaves and sweat. But that's okay. I know we give you hell for it at the dinner table, but I said hell, it's fine.
You said a bad word.
Fine, with brothers and sisters, we can say bad words to each other.
She puts out her pinky.
Oh. He takes it. With his giant pinky. Now, make sure that in between your baths, which you need to take, because it makes Mother feel happy, that you do more of that climbing and running and adventuring. Because that's what you do best out of all of us.
It's true.
You're very headstrong and creative. And this family needs more of that.
Yeah, I'm pretty good.
You're very smart for your age and very confident. I wonder where you get that from.
I'm the youngest of a bunch of big people.
Well, sometimes we forget how small you are.
Yeah, everybody talks like big people around me, so I just learned to talk like big people too.
Good. I need you to help look after the family, okay?
Okay, I can do that. Especially if I have a big axe.
Especially that, yeah. But you don't have it yet, but you could still take care of them.
Yeah.
Right, listen to the older brother and the older sister, and of course Mother and Kaylin.
Mm-hmm.
And do everything they ask of you.
Everything?
Everything.
I'm not gonna like it.
It's good to listen. That's how you get smart.
Yeah.
Give me a hug.
Okay.
I squeeze her.
And she's like, her eyes are very much watering through the second half of that conversation, but she hugs him really tight. Like she's trying to choke him out tight.
He'll put his head buried into her head and take a deep breath. All right. Then he'll walk over to Eldrin. Not much of a kneel on this, but, probably if he kneels and stands or makes his back straight, he's almost eye to eye.
Eldrin?
Yeah, he's still small, isn't he?
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
you're like on his knees, back straight.
Yeah,
okay,
on my
fine.
knees, I'm probably like 4.5 feet.
Yeah, he's 4'10", so.
Yeah. Okay. Probably bigger than 4.5. I don't know. Feet. Anyways, all right. You're going to be the man of the house now. As you
What
were
about
this
Papa?
last 3 years. Well, he's close to the man of the house, but you've got to help him, right? You're the second-hand man.
Oh, okay.
That's right. You'll
A lieutenant?
You're lieutenant. That's right. That's right. And you're going to need to take care of the house and mind Mother and your sisters. And look, I know you like books. And there's nothing wrong with that. In fact, I encourage it, just like very. But sometimes maybe take a walk with Rissa. Climb a tree. Get a little dirty.
Okay.
I sense hesitation. Why are you hesitating?
Well, it's just that, that just makes more work for other people because then we've got to clean clothes and that sort of stuff.
I mean, you don't have to get too dirty, but sometimes getting dirty is necessary.
Okay.
Got to break a few eggs to make an omelet, right, Eldrin?
I haven't cooked yet.
Oh, well, maybe learn. You like learning and stuff.
You gotta have a cookbook?
Of course. Book. See? Cookbook.
Yeah. Okay.
Just don't be in such a hurry to grow up and get a job and leave the family behind. I don't think you would, but just take your time.
Okay.
Big world out there, and it's not all in pages.
Well, I'm gonna see it someday. I'm just gonna learn about it first. That way I don't make any mistakes with the cultures.
You know what? That's a pretty good idea. And when you go out there, I'll be with you.
Okay.
Just like you'll be with us when we're on our journeys.
Oh, metaphorical.
Sure.
But maybe someday we'll actually get to travel together.
I look forward to that very much. I don't think the
Okay.
world's ready for the entire Maldoso family.
And I think they would think it was an invasion.
Probably. You're very special, and so are your sisters. I hope you know that.
Thanks, Vosti.
All right, give me a hug.
And he does hug on really tight.
He's gonna mess his hair, because he got messy hair.
He does have messy hair.
Where's Leora? Sitting? Standing?
She's got her arms folded. She's standing near the hearth.
Okay, he walks over to her. Are they kind of separated from the group?
A little bit. Like, she started getting, like, emotional, so she went and, like, separated herself a little bit without actually, like, being away from the event of everybody saying goodbye.
Okay, so he'll lean on the hearth as well. But he wants to get pretty close.
Okay.
So, I don't know. I don't know how to start this. Of course, we're going to miss you. And we know how much this hurts that we're having to leave again. But you need to be the strong one. Because you're the leader. You're the oldest. Us oldest have to stick together.
Well, I mean, I'm still in the middle.
But you're like the oldest of that grouping, and I'm the oldest of our grouping. But of course, you're dead set in the middle. But it's like the oldest. Just run with it. Just stay with me.
Okay.
You're going to be, now that we're gone, you're going to be the leader of the little troop.
Again.
No, there's nothing wrong with that. They look to you. There's a lot of pressure and a lot of responsibility with that, but only the strongest of us can carry that weight. And you're strong. You do know that, right? You're strong.
Yeah, but Vosti, what I would like is I would, if you can hurry back, I'd really like that, because I will be the leader and I will be strong and everything. It's just that I also like being your little sister. And I want to be able to be your little sister, and so you have to come back. That's all it is.
Well, that's the plan.
I know you don't have any control over it if something weird happens again, but if you could come back before we're all grown up, that would really be nice too, because I think I still need to learn things from you guys.
Yes, maybe. Well, yes, of course. And that is going to be the plan as well. We're going to try and return as quickly as we can and hopefully not delayed. But
Okay.
just because we're gone doesn't mean you stop learning.
Well, I know that.
And there's really...
I just want to learn from...
Well, there's... I know. But there are two other people that you can have tell you stories about us as we were children, your age. They probably have some really embarrassing ones about Valerius.
Yeah.
We're only as far as a conversation with Mother and Kaylin.
It's not really the same, but I know what you mean.
Just don't close yourself off to everything. When you're at your weakest, your saddest, that's when you surround yourself with family. Because you become strong again.
Okay.
Stronger together, right?
Yep.
And
We're the motherfucking Maldosos.
we're the motherfucking Maldosos. And listen, and I need this to remain a secret between us two.
Okay.
If something were to happen here, something very dangerous, and you felt like your lives were in danger, extreme danger, I need you to gather the two little ones and run to Mother and Kaylin, and I need you to take them to Victoria.
Victoria?
Just listen to me. And he's making very intense eye contact. Don't ask me why, but she is a friend, and I need you to take everyone to her.
Okay. I can do that.
She will protect you. But remember, it's our secret.
Okay.
All right. Be strong. Straight back. Chin up.
And she does that.
And he'll kiss her forehead, give her a hug.
And like her like big fat tears are just spilling down her face at that point.
He'll wipe one, and then he'll walk over to Kaylin. And he'll just kind of, I don't even know where he's at.
He's near Verona. He's kind of just sort of leaning. We'll say he's leaning against the kitchen's work table, but like facing into the living space.
All right, then he'll talk to both, or
Okay.
be in a little triangle. But it'll address Kaylin first. I'm going to do everything in my power to bring everyone back. But I think we're adult enough to know if I can't, I just need to know they'll be in good hands, Kaylin.
You mean if you can't bring them back?
He'll nod.
He like reaches out, like straightens up and reaches out and just puts his hands on Vosti's shoulders. I love this family. There's nothing I wouldn't do for you or any of the others. And I hope that I have helped you to believe that over the last several years. But if you still aren't sure, then I swear that I will take care of them.
He'll grab his arms and pull him in front of him and kind of clasp his hands in front on the table. And he's kind of staring at the hands, not directly at Kaylin. And he'll say, I have thought my father absent for the entire part of my life until a few years ago, when I was able to meet my biological father. And as stubborn as I was to you, I need you to know that even though I felt like I had an absent father, since the time you've come into our lives, I've had a very present dad. And I'll look up at him.
Kaylin just sort of reaches out, and in the way that he has always had, because he's never shied away from the fact that the triplets are tieflings, he like sets his hand against Vosti's not quite as spiky horn, and then like sort of squeezes it, but then also like just sets his hand on his head. And it's like, it's still, even now, like a big hand.
He'll lean
I'm
into
here
it.
for you. I'm here for you.
I know.
And you are my son.
He'll nod.
So take care of them. I'll take care of this side of our family, and then we'll come back together, all of us, in some form or another.
And then he stands up and sort of rounds the side and looks at Mother.
She hugs him.
And he hugs back, squeezing.
I need you to take care of yourself. I need you to remember that you are so strong, but that doesn't mean you're less precious than your sisters and your brother. And make sure that you remember to lean on them the way that they're going to lean on you.
He nods. Tears are streaming down his face.
You are so loved.
We'll be back.
I'm counting on it.
Oh. Don't ask why. But if the moment arises and Leora is insistent, just listen.
About anything in particular?
You'll know.
Okay.
She'll probably look the most serious she's ever looked and be the most insistent she's ever been.
Which would be saying something for it to stand out.
That's very true. And it's not like you haven't, but let the littles be free, like you let us. You did a really good job.
I did, didn't I?
You did.
Verona reaches up and she at his jaw sort of wipe away the tears that have gotten there, but tears aren't anything to be ashamed of, so she specifically doesn't wipe away the wet streaks on his face or anything, but she just holds his head and kisses him right between his eyebrows.
You are my heart, Mother.
You are mine.
Then he'll turn around and walk. And I think he'll grab his stuff and just keep walking because he knows if he doesn't, he won't want to leave.
Okay. Anything from the rest of you?
No.
I simply can't do it.
Mm-hmm.
I am simply unable. I will say, Very has, heartfelt goodbyes with all of them. I just can't do it.
Absolutely. So heartfelt goodbyes are had.
I
And
do
then-
give Vosti a hug when he, comes back to the group, because she didn't wipe away his wet streaks, so he gets a hug.
And when 10 o'clock strikes, you're pulled back.
Ooh.
Whoa.
Cool.
Dope.
Oh my god, I almost forgot
And-
about fucking Skiv Rocks, dude.
Is that the...
Guys.
Wait!
Is that the...
Oh. Wait.
Is that...
That's not Skib Rocks.
Huh? That's not what I'm talking about.
Yeah, this
That's
is
Skip
Skip
Rocks?
Rocks.
Okay.
Yeah.
That doesn't look
It
like
is?
the same token, is it?
New token.
No.
Oh,
it's
okay.
not the same token.
Bring him back.
So, you are pulled back. Actually, quite suddenly, you didn't make it back to the field. You had stepped outside of your home, and then you suddenly found yourselves sort of reclined in these chairs in a space that you recognize as the Oracle's hut because it's circular and there's stars all over the place, but it's changed. And you are spread across these chairs, and there are 3 additional beings in the room with you that you have encountered before. The Oracle herself is there, and there are 2 sort of larger beings that are situated in the room. and you perceive them and have no recollection of them even as you are perceiving them. Like they're just sort of like entities that you have an awareness of, but the specifics of them are not something that you're able to grasp on. There's one with more of like a masculine energy, who's over here between Vosti and Veri, and there's one over here that has a more feminine energy that's next to Dak and Skivrox. But it kind of feels like you've got all of the stuff that you brought with you, but your bags and everything are sort of sitting next to the chairs that you're in, and you sort of feel like you drifted off to have a nap, and then you woke up in a chair.
Kraken stands.
Val stands.
The fuck we standing up for?
I look ahead towards the oracle and I say, am I mistaken to assume my lord has left and only the twins remain?
Your path was taken care of.
It was.
But I don't think Lemoneth will ever truly leave you.
No. I meant this space, not my heart.
In this space, yes, he has departed. As you guys are coming sort of more aware of and some of you are getting up and everything like that, the two large entities that are in the space sort of they step forward and like come together, and their heads bow together, and as they do this, like the light that they're casting off is like almost blinding. But they just are sort of like brows touching and seem to be in some sort of like communion that you're witnessing, but also like it's kind of like your brain is experiencing like burnout, like it's hitting a point where it just can't take in any more information, so it's like difficult to perceive.
Harry tries her hardest to perceive.
Okay, go ahead and give me a wisdom save.
Oh boy.
I also would like to try my hardest to perceive.
Go ahead and give me a wisdom save.
I hold my eyelids open to perceive.
He's like,
Go ahead and give me a wisdom save. For the previous night, Vosti, it should be down to 1 level of strife if you want to make sure that that's on your sheet.
Not the nat 1.
Inspo. Wait, that was me? Mine
Yeah,
was, oh no.
That was you, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I get inspo.
Yippee!
Alara or Vosti, would you guys like to try your hardest to perceive?
Nope.
No.
Okay. Veri and Valerius, you are able to pick up certain pieces of the exchange, and it's less that you're overhearing, and it's more that you're just sort of like able to perceive some of the intention and some thoughts that come to you as you're struggling to do this, are the questions of like, what does it mean to be fate woven? There is a debate happening in how much information you guys should have before you set out on the next part of your journey.
Interesting.
Very.
Put that shit in my notes.
And then they come to some sort of conclusion. It is not clear what that conclusion might be. But then they cross the floor to the oracle, and each of them like sets a hand on an opposite shoulder of hers, and the lights in the whole room, like all of the starlight on the ceiling and the walls and everything, like flares very brightly for a moment, and then they simply wink out, and the place seems much dimmer for it. The oracle seems to be sort of like in like a brief sort of torpor or something. She is kind of like sagged back in the chair, and her eyelids are fluttering rapidly as she's dealing with what just happened to her. What would you guys like to do?
Dakin's gonna start moving around towards the oracle.
Mm-hmm.
Does Givrox look okay as I move past him?
He does. He looks in a way like much more like quiet than you've ever really seen him. Like he just seems kind of like pensive.
Okay. I keep moving to her and seeing that she is clearly like struggling with something in her mind to deal with it. Let me double check this. I want to do this regardless, but oh boy. Okay, no, that works. Actually. I'll take one more step here, and then I will emboldening bond the Oracle of Ithondra, Valerius, and Alara.
Okay.
And I'll just say aloud, thank you.
It's a few more minutes before like her eyes open and sort of clear again.
I assume as much. Yeah.
You have a long journey ahead of you. Have you concluded on what your first steps will be? And that seems to be a question to everybody.
No clue.
In my mind, at least, those leaving there was our first steps. The second, I'm not as certain.
You have a lot of paths open to you. You're resolved, but I think also how you make your way towards destiny is still something that you have a hand in choosing.
Even if the paths may lead to the same destination, they're not the same path.
Exactly. I have been given authority to answer questions. If you have no questions, then I wish you good journey.
Is it one each?
I haven't been given boundaries.
Wonderful, because that would have been mine.
Very true.
Do you have any suggestions on where we start?
Are there any allies that you might be able to find in the region? Or any pieces of information, knowledge, or assets that could be acquired?
Maybe a dragon. He says like fully as a joke.
Which one are you seeking?
They're real.
Quite real.
There's one supposedly to the east of us. Is that a location you know of a real dragon?
She is sort of like silent for a second, and you get the sense that she is sort of like conferring, maybe, with what she's allowed to say. And then she nods. Saren. She could potentially be an ally, at least in terms of information, but she is cryptic with her guidance.
But she is real in there. And she may be able to help us in some way.
Potentially. She has often been concerned with magic in Andromea.
I would like to let the rest of my friends ask you questions. I just have one more.
All right.
Who gave you the permission to answer questions to us?
There is a bloodline present within this room that is, I am told, one of the oldest. It goes more directly than others back to when the gods roamed our earth. And so they are being treated as grandchildren. That
I
seems to be
understand.
how she's answering.
I understand. Anybody have any questions?
Did they allow you to elaborate more on our mother?
Ask the questions that you have, and I will answer in the way that I can.
What does fate woven mean?
To be fate woven is a planned entity. It is not something decided by the gods. It is something that highlights the path that the gods must follow. that is to be fate woven. She is a marker that must exist.
Alara.
Hearing her name, Alara kind of like snaps out of this like daze that she's been in and wipes the tears from her face.
Did you want to ask about Abby?
How should we handle Abby? How can we get rid of her?
An aboleth is a creature that, although monstrous, exists and is part of the world. You could unleash her. And while there would be consequences, it would not shatter anything. If you are afraid, then you can banish her. But you must figure out a way to unattune, or she may pull you with her. And I think actually, Alara, in your head, you would just sort of see for a moment like a vision of open ocean.
She just nods.
Any other questions that you guys have? Or sorry, go ahead.
No, she looks like she's gonna say something else. Like she sticks up her finger, like you know the thing people do, and they're like, "Oh, hey."
Mhm.
She does that, but then she stops herself and puts her hand back in her lap and just goes quiet.
Okay.
I think Very takes notice of that and like is like looking at her expectantly. Alara?
Yeah.
Was there something more?
It was kind of selfish and wouldn't really help us at all. So I thought better.
It's okay to be selfish sometimes.
They said questions, not pertinent questions.
And also, when I say it's okay to be selfish sometimes, I do turn and look at Valerius.
Rusty
Alara-
notices that and then moves a little out of the way.
Not in not in an angry way. Not in
Yeah,
an
I know,
angry way.
but it is a snark that he doesn't want directed anywhere.
It's not meant to be snarky either.
Oh. So jokey way?
No.
I think a heartfelt way.
Yeah, like she's coming to terms with it.
Oh, okay. He won't move out of the way. He'll smile.
He's
then he'll look
like,
at
I'm
Alara.
taking this.
He thinks I'm gonna whip out
the
an Eldritch
emotional
Blast.
relationship.
He dodges my emotional Eldritch Blast.
What was Alara going to say?
Alara looks at each of the faces of her traveling companions, not knowing what kind of potentially judging looks she's going to get. Why did my parents give me up?
Ooh.
He does not get a look of judgment.
You
from
do
Barry.
not.
She
Nope.
gets a look of sadness.
Yes.
And like empathy.
Yes, his eyebrows do the furrow. Like, oh.
And I do think that Very would get up and go like hold her hand.
I also think while Barry's moving over there, Dakin walks over and just puts a hand on her shoulder.
Yeah, he gets closer.
And I'm sorry if that came out of left field and caught you completely off guard.
I actually thought that's exactly what you were going to ask.
Oh, no. I have an answer for that. Skivrock's also like heads over and like jumps on her lap as soon as I can frickin' move him.
Go! Heck, Skivrox!
Yeah.
She kind of holds on to him tightly.
The leg humper of our generation right here.
Oh my god.
That's what he does. He literally goes and latches on people. He's a
on
little
their
pervert freak.
shoulders.
He's done legs before more than twice.
He will grasp onto anything. He's just a little koala.
Exactly.
He mostly chooses the shoulder, though. You can't deny that.
He's chosen legs so many times. I'm being gaslit.
The Oracle like has another sort of moment where her face is in contemplation. And then like she looks like the most, she's not looking at Alara, but her expression becomes kind of the most empathetic that you've seen it to date. Your father did not believe he could give you the care that you would need because he missed your mother too much. You are cursed because of an attack she didn't survive, but you did. And longing was a distraction from your care.
A single tear rolls down her cheek.
Hand squeeze.
Neck squeeze from Skivrox.
You know things of this realm and all that come after?
I am sometimes given glimpses of the markers that must remain.
I suppose I have 2 more questions then.
Go ahead.
Are my parents alive?
Yes.
Has my brother found peace where he is?
She is consulting, basically. Are you at peace?
He looks away from her at the sky and says, "Why do I get a riddle when they all get answers?" And then looks
Because
back to her.
his
That,
peace
please.
is tied to yours.
No. I'm not.
Then he is not. When you set out on your journey, Dakin, before that, there were two paths that were available to you. Two that were strongly tied to where you came from. Sela or Lemoneth. It was not exclusively your decision to choose Lemoneth, because you have to carry your brother with you.
I don't have to. I choose to. I would never not.
And thus you are not frozen.
He could never have been a burden to me. And I think Dakin turns and walks past the rest to the edge of the chamber. Ask your questions.
Just a random question. Have I changed anything about the world? I did. Well, I went into a memory. We all did.
Alara kind of looks up at Very with like a, ooh, about that face while she's asking.
And, well, I had to explain a lot of things to Valkyrion. And I just want to know if I changed anything in a horrible way.
The boots, the scale, the axe, the book and sword, the wolf.
There are now constellations in the sky.
I made constellations.
I saw them last night. We haven't had a chance to talk yet.
Did I do that?
You made us constellations.
These are constellations that have always existed, but they'd been hidden, and now they've returned. We believe this is due to some action on your part, but it is before our knowing.
Is that the only thing?
Toasty looks down at his feet and fidgets.
Is there something specific that you think may have changed?
No clue. I just get very rambly when I try to explain things, and I felt like I was ruining the world.
I think I made
There's a look of
mother. Oh,
confusion that's on her face. Like she doesn't have any concept of what it is that you're talking about. What were you saying, Vosti?
I think I made mother the heart of the universe.
Verona Maldoso is a marker, but not the heart of the universe.
Oh, thank God. Oh. Woo. Yeah, that's good. She just looks exactly like her. Well, not exactly, but very, very similar.
Who does?
Our mother and the embodiment of the heart. Like whenever we had a like a was it like
The
a
heart of
dream or
Andromea.
what? Yes, that.
The heart of Andromea.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably different from the heart of the universe.
Oh yeah, maybe I misspoke. I meant the heart of Andromea. Well, it's just that when we were talking to Valkyrian and he was trying to understand love, I pictured mother.
Who is Valkyrian?
Oh,
Shit.
Yeah, it's...
well,
Very already said it once.
that memory we're talking about. It's it was that's who we ran into. And he sort of
Get a
made-
feeling that we're not supposed to expand.
Dreams can be interesting things.
We had quite a bespoke vision of things past and things to come. Something you're probably much accustomed to.
As you say. Valerius has been quiet.
He definitely has been. Trying this entire time to think if he has a question hasn't kind of already been answered.
She still love you?
Yeah, I don't know. Ask
Well,
a
That one
selfish
did cross
question.
my mind. That one did cross my mind.
Yeah, ask a selfish question. I'm about to ask where the girl that I had my first kiss with went.
I'm not
'Cause
on
the
their
fuck?
shipper page either. It just came to mind as something you could ask. I was the one going, boo, boo.
Hmm. So after like the others have like asked questions, like when there's a lull, he'd kind of take a step forward. Has Imperial turned her gaze from me?
Imperial has turned her gaze towards what it is that you turned towards when you turned away from her.
Just nods lightly. I don't have anything else.
Can we change fate?
The markers cannot be moved. The path that goes between those markers is always changing.
It's not just one. There's infinite woven paths. You're talking about fixed points, things that have to happen.
Yes.
The crossroads that exist all across the world.
Yes.
Our only choice is how we go between them. The people we help, the people we don't. The way we treat each other.
And when you have made a choice, you make your own markers in the road.
Fate's only set when we set it. By moving down the path.
Yes.
So Victoria's my destiny. Got it. All right. Good to know.
She says nothing since that wasn't a question. Skivrox pipes up. Guys, what if I was not so small? What if that? Do you want me to be this size?
We don't know how to get you back.
Oh, yeah.
Furthermore, last time you came through a portal, that was when time got all messed up. And I don't think that we want to risk that again.
It wasn't because of me. It was because of...
Skivrox, besides that, I like you the way you are. And I would not like you to have to die to feel like you could be more useful to us. You're useful just as
Okay.
you.
All right.
Well, question, Oracle.
Yes.
If I were to somehow open a portal here into
Don't do that.
specifically, well, just asking, into Pandemonium, would catastrophic things happen? More specifically, time jumps.
The flickers of the haze are unpredictable. It is to an extent the truest version of wild magic.
Right, but specifically here, is this the protected area? Is this a in-between planes type situation? Or is this as much connected to Andromea as anything else?
We are in what I assume is a realm she has dominion over. And you would be giving potentially not even the guy you think you're gonna get just a full doorway to come in and do whatever he wants here.
Well, maybe she knows the answer.
You can think of this chamber as a closed pot within a larger pot. We are in Andromea. We're just deeper in than most people go. And we are still quite close to the haze. But the haze is unpredictable.
So still dangerous.
Unpredictable.
But potentially dangerous.
That's what unpredictable means.
Well,
It could be
Well,
anything.
She
unpredictable can
simply,
mean really great.
but she simply cannot predict if it would be dangerous or fine.
No, because what she's saying is that what happened to us the first time was bad luck.
Well, she's literally saying she can't say.
Yes.
Because she doesn't know. That's
exactly.
what I was saying.
Yeah, I understand that, but we got bad luck the first time, and it took 3 years from your lives. Bad luck the second time could be we all turned to bones. We don't know how bad the scale goes. And what was something that didn't harm anybody physically was still deeply fucking bad.
How is it that I have an ability to open a portal to a plane that I can't use? Where's the fun in that?
It's wild magic.
Pointless.
I
I wish I never was able
Bound
to do it.
Pandemonium.
What'd you say? I'm sorry. What'd you say, Oracle?
You're bound to pandemonium.
Well, yes, but now I can't even go there, or else I'll potentially turn us all into bones or something.
Well, we're just close to the haze, so that's the...
Let's get the hell out of the haze, and maybe we can murder Skivrox and bring him back as a 7-foot demon.
Whoa. Let's not.
Well, I don't like
I
to
don't
think
wanna
about
murder
it as being
Skivrox.
murdered.
Am I the only
Of
one
this
that thinks
plane.
bringing a 7-foot tall demon with us anywhere is a bad idea? Is that just
No,
me?
it's awesome.
No,
it's
it's
so
come up.
fucking cool.
It's come up for me too, but
No,
I
we
just
put him in
like-
like a big raincoat. You never notice. Just
Valerius. Valerius, you don't have to worry. I wouldn't be 7 feet tall.
You'd be 10.
That's correct.
Oh,
Amazing.
never mind.
I mean,
This
is it
is-
weird
this is a
if we
semantic
walk around
question.
with a
Why don't you
10-foot
just-
demon or a
but why don't
2-foot
you just
demon?
put that in your back pocket for like an emergency or something?
Oh, that's good. Yeah, that's. Oh, you know what? Worst
I don't-
case scenario.
you know, yeah,
I
I don't
murder
f-
Skivrox and he comes
No,
back
no,
as
no,
a
no, no,
10-foot
no, no.
demon.
I don't
See,
think we should call it
the-
murder.
The worst case
Oh, I
scenario
sent
is
him
not
home.
murder.
Yeah,
oh
I
my
like that.
I put it in
Yeah.
quotes.
Send me home.
Yeah,
or
I'll send him home by
uh,
chopping his
oh
head
my
off with my axe, and
God.
then
No,
Give me
no, no.
gentle repose.
Oh my god.
I'll send him off into that sweet, sweet night, and then he'll come back a raging fucking
don't-
demon of murder.
With the flowers skip.
Yeah, with
Look at the
swords for nails.
Oh my
What?
god, I can't even. Wait. Oh no, no. No rings only
What?
summon something from our plane.
Yui had the same thought. You and Nix had the same
Yeah.
thought.
Damn, that would have been fucking cool.
Would the bigger Skivrox be able to go invisible like now Skivrox?
Yes, that's what makes me the most dangerous.
Oh my god, see?
So
could
like
walk
we
around
could
with a 10-foot
hypothetically
demon.
walk and do it like a
Well,
test.
he's
Oh,
just
I'm
invisible. He's
so
not like
sorry. I saved your
Yeah.
cousin's life when he was dying.
he's not like not tangible. Like he could still run into people.
No, I know.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
just
With my
saying, like,
sword fingers.
Well-
like, I think,
Oh my god.
I think,
I don't
like, I
really
feel like,
I don't
Getting better
really
and
feel
better.
like right now it's a priority.
I also really don't have the mental capacity for that kind of attention that we'd have to answer for.
I don't want to murder our friend. That's
Yeah,
just
that's a big
straight up
one.
where I am about it. I've said it more than once.
It's not murder, it's more
yes.
like evolution.
You said murder.
Well, I said murder, but it's
you
not
said murder
actual
like
murder.
4 times.
You can't
Just
murder someone and then
imagine
come
it.
back.
Wouldn't it be fantastic?
Why are you now on his side after I'm defending you?
I just don't want to be murdered. I want to be.
And I'm saying I also don't want you to be murdered. Then you're going, but like, hey, kill me in a fun way. Like, should we
Just
attach you to
don't.
a firework and shoot you into the sky? I don't know what you want, Skivrox.
Guys,
I bought you
what
fancy
if-
pants.
What if he just
That would be interesting.
You know, what if it could happen some other way by like some other person's hands.
Where he's tragically killed in front of us? Is that more fun for you?
I
maybe I-
don't feel like I ever implied that anything would be fun. I would much rather just leave Skivrocks like this.
I agree.
Especially-
That's what I'm saying. He's
And
fine how he
besides-
is.
Besides
Is it
Skivrocks, if you
because I'm
came back,
handsome?
well, if you came back as bigger Skivrocks, then you wouldn't have your pants and your shirt anymore. We can't afford new clothing.
Yeah, and I don't know if they make stuff
Oh.
like
We made a deal for one set.
accessibly. For,
We could get it
Oh.
tailored, but it would be you'd have to do so much of a bigger thing than that got you the last outfit.
Oh.
It's a logistics thing.
You know how much silk that is? That's like 15 of me if you're 10 feet
It's like
tall
a
and wide.
king-sized bed sheet.
Oh.
Of course, we could like try to figure something out, but we'd have to make a deal for it.
Yeah,
Let's just all agree we're not taking it off the table.
I don't think anyone wants to take it off the table entirely. It's
Alright,
just
good.
too risky to even
Oh, you're right. You're
consider right now.
right now. You're right. You're right.
That's why I'm saying, like, in case of emergency, break this glass.
That's good. I like that. Push comes to shove, break glass, murder Skivrocks. He comes back as a 10-foot demon in a silk shirt.
But
Go
here's
back
the
to that
thing.
word again.
Here's the thing, Vosti.
What?
You would have to reliably know that you would be able to bring him back.
I know. That's the thing. I
And
wanted
so-
to practice more, and I feel like I'm gonna end the world if I do.
Yeah, so I think maybe you just need to do some self-reflection on the moment you've been successful.
Oracle, do you know if I can willfully create a portal to Pandemonium?
I'm here, Vosti.
Who said that? The Oracle?
Yeah. No,
No,
that
it was
wasn't
Skivrocks.
Skivrocks.
Wait, what?
It wasn't Skivrocks. The only other person it could be is the Oracle.
Oh, okay.
No, it was
he'll...
Victoria. She just shut up.
Yeah, I don't know. It just didn't...
my sweet boy.
I'm very confused.
She reaches forward and plants her like palm in the center of your forehead, and your senses rewind to the moment when your axe cut its way through the world and into Pandemonium. And because you're asking this question, you get a perfect sense of how your mind was without intention while your heart was thinking of your father in that moment. And you
Gotta
feel
write
like
this
that's
down.
kind of the key to it. So, going forward, if you would like to attempt to rage your way into Pandemonium, instead of rolling on the wild magic table, you can roll a 1d100. And if you get above 95 on it, so 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, then instead of your wild magic surge, you can rip open a gate into Pandemonium.
Damn.
That's great.
If I roll a what?
95 or higher on a 1d100. You must be raging, and it must be in lieu of your wild magic surge.
Can I ask if emboldening bond applies to that?
No, it's just a flat 1d100.
A man
you
can
imagine?
dream.
A D4 gets me over like, oh damn it, I rolled a 91.
Oh, you roll. It's like literally a 94, and you get a 1 on the D4, and it's like, let's go. No, I didn't
Okay.
expect so.
Cool. As you see her touch his head, his eyes are like shutter flickering violet a whole bunch, like a movie projector. And then he comes to, and it's clear eyes again.
There's also a white star gleam that like laces through his horns, like where the ridges are, and it kind of ripples outwards to the tip and then dissipates.
Can Can I ask if it's possible when she did the thing that unlocked the knowing
Mm-hmm.
that my tattoos become visible?
Yes.
Because before they would only glow when I raged, and they were just tattoos that I didn't really have much control over.
Mm-hmm.
And now he's got tattoos, aside from the axe tattoo he has on his back, but that's just for his axe. Now he's got tattoos running around his shoulders, sort of into his pectoral region, and then down his arms.
Yep.
Sick.
Welcome to the club.
He'll turn around and look at everybody. I know Kung Fu. Oh, he doesn't say that.
What?
I just thought that was funny.
She rips the knowledge back from him. She's like, oh.
Oh no!
Ah, never mind.
You lose 5 class levels.
I thank you. And then he does look at everyone. I think I know a way to open a portal now.
But remember,
Just
in
to
case
there,
of
right?
emergency,
But right. Break glass in case. Yes.
And it's only to there. You don't know how to do it anywhere else.
right.
Okay.
But, yeah, it's because that's
Just that
what
was
I'm
for me.
connected
that
to.
wasn't. I wasn't
that
doubting
would be
you.
cool.
If
I
you
could.
can use an axe and cut a hole into a different plane. I'm not
Maybe I
judging
use,
you
like,
at
a
any point
different
for the
weapon.
amount that works.
Maybe I grab a sword and I can open it to somewhere else.
I don't think we should be testing that.
Yeah, but you give me something to consider.
Anyone?
you're bound to pandemonium. Keep up.
Yes, but
Keep up.
I want to maybe go to the Feywild.
I don't feel like you have to try that hard.
Maybe
Oh, yeah.
you just.
I
Maybe
know where
you
the
just
gates are.
There's like
could just-
there's like gates.
Swing your
I
axe.
literally know where they are.
You could just swing your axe and let Alara put one hand on it, and maybe it would work.
Ooh, maybe.
Guys,
I could channel.
why we could go to little pockets that are Feywildish. I don't feel like
It's
we
not
should
the
be-
Feywild, though.
But I don't feel like we should be considering opening these portals for
I was-
anything other than
I
an
was
emergency
joking.
where
I
we
was-
need to go and get
I was
somebody
the
from
one-
pandemonium.
I was the one who just
Not
said
off
we
the table.
shouldn't do that. I was doing a joke. I don't think if
The
she put one
entity-
hand on the axe, it would work.
The entity that is known as the Oracle of Ithithondra, granted by the gods of stars and fates to answer any question for this group, is just staring at these knuckleheads who have been in debate over the silliest things about devil size and portals to the Feywild
We
for
can
quite
only ask
some
each other.
time.
Well, I don't want to
And-
ask her about the first kiss thing, man.
And it's just I feel like she thinks that this is perfect, but it's just plain old people that are setting off on this quest.
If no one has anything else, I have, I think, 2 last questions.
Yes.
I'm good.
Can everyone roll an insight check?
Oh,
Sure. Known to be good at these. Yup. What do I glean? With my 8.
You're so cooked, little man. That was a 10. You're so cooked.
Alara and Dakin, Valerius looks like he wants to ask a final question, but seems to be stopping himself.
Can I ask, with a 23, does it seem to be something deeply personal he's afraid
absolutely.
to ask?
Absolutely.
He like afraid to be embarrassed or afraid to know the answer?
Maybe both.
Okay.
Hard to tell.
Dakin locks eyes with him.
Having been urged on from her sister to ask her question, Alara looks right at him and says, "Go on."
Yeah.
Is that what Skip Rock said?
No, that's what I said. Me.
Skip Rock? Yeah.
There's a little
apologize.
floating winged circle around his head going, yeah, ask your question.
Ask your question.
Ask your question.
Man, I thought she was gonna look at him and go, "It's okay to be selfish sometimes."
He would kind of like move his jaw around a little bit before looking up at the oracle, and he'd say, "Father, forgive me for how I feel about him."
What?
Like many fathers, he would forgive his son anything.
He just looks down at the ground.
Vosti will walk over and put a hand on his shoulder.
Slightest little tremble.
You, Valerius, see Dakin take a deep breath after your bravery and ask a question I don't think he was going to ask. Do they miss me? And he closes his eyes to prepare himself for the answer.
They think of you on important days.
That's what I thought. And then I think he tries to lock eyes with the Oracle.
As much as you can.
As much as I can. It's light and stars. And he tries as hard as he can to put the intention in his mind into her brain. Do they know?
Knowing is less important than the loss of two. Knowing doesn't matter. You said you had another question?
I don't think he does anymore.
Okay. Last chance. Last chance.
That's it for me.
Do I
Did we invent the French fry?
I can't figure out how
No.
I want to word this.
Okay.
Steps forward really shyly. Like
Pokes
really,
fingies.
but like really apprehensive. There's some kind of potential or happiness or purpose for me that doesn't involve turning into shadow, right?
I assume
let me
everyone
just
looks as annoyed and flabbergasted as
Yeah,
Dakin does
Post
by
the
this.
eyebrow.
Yeah.
Like, what?
Yup.
let me just make sure that I'm clear on what the question is, and because it's kind of answered in it's being asked in sort of a reversey way. Very wants to make sure that she has opportunities outside of just being ultimately succumbing to like Grimheart and a shadow self.
Yes.
Like, is she locked in?
You will come to a point where you will make a decision as to whether or not she's not pausing, I'm pausing. As to whether or not you choose a crown of laurel or of shadow. Until then, your path is yours.
He just nods.
I'm sorry. My mind's racing. I keep coming up with new questions.
Ask away.
I thought originally of a simpler question than this, but I got nervous based on what happened yesterday. Would knowing what Egrin is damage our minds?
Not directly.
What is he?
To know that would make you a target.
Is there a way you can tell only me?
No. You have a goal, and that would set you apart from it.
At least in the goal we're aligned on, we can trust him?
The goal that you have is of benefit to him. And so long as you can assume somebody will act to their benefits, you can trust him. Was that clear?
Yes. Well,
Give me 1 sec, Dakin.
mhm.
I'm the captain now.
Oh,
We're all level 20.
And the oracle
guys,
kills us all.
should we like fist fight or something? Or I don't know what we're supposed to
We
do
just
while
all
she's
start
gone.
She joins
wrestling.
back in, we should
the
just be
oracle
screaming.
does 600
Life
damage
is
to us
like a
all.
hurricane.
Yeah, I think the oracle can
in
like tap our
Duckburg.
foreheads and we all
Thanos
die.
snap.
Oh, that's worse.
Whoa.
It's
Oh,
actually
no
worse. Life is
did
like a
Thanos
hurricane
snap
here
a
in
very-
Duckburg.
Was it the butler? I can't do anything.
It's terrible that the claps are perfectly clear, but then the voice is crackly like General Grievous.
There's literally nothing I can do.
I don't know why it all of a sudden happened.
Well, it's probably an okay stopping point.
we actually have this if we want to stop a thing. Just go take Splooey's microphone.
Hey, good. You'd just be weirdly talking in my avatar.
Like over his shoulder while he's sitting in his chair and from Vosti is the DM now.
Any better? Possibly.
No.
It's actually full insane crackly.
Yeah.
Like my hands on one of the lightning bulbs that makes your hair stand up.
Any better?
Yeah.
That is
Yeah.
actually incredibly better. Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. What was your next question? And then this
Oh
will be the last
God.
one because of
I did like 15 bits. My brain, oh no. This is not a question for the power they've given you or the purpose you have here. I ask you. I don't know you, whoever you were, before you were the Oracle of Ithithandra. Do you believe in us? Do you think we can succeed?
that can't be known.
Well, then I guess we'll just have to prove you wrong. Because I believe it is known. We walk a path already set that we will succeed upon.
I have one more question.
He steps
Yes.
to the side for you.
Am I ever going to be able to fully bring my curse under my control?
Yes, once it is no longer a curse.
She kind of huffs a little bit.
She huffing and puffing.
Okay.
Can I ask
The-
one final question?
Yes.
If you ever had a name, what was it? You've helped us so much. I can't imagine not knowing your name.
But you must. The name I gave up willingly.
It cannot be known.
It is no longer mine.
Well, then we'll call you friend.
If you wish to.
Thank you for all you've done for us.
The Oracle's eyes begin to sort of flicker, and she sort of leans back in and reclines once again in that sort of kind of almost a stasis of recovery. And you get the sense that whatever she had been granted has been taken back. As far as being able to answer just anything. And with that, the doorway to the south opens up again, just to invite you to leave before it had sort of sealed itself away. And if there's, I will say, is there anything that would keep you guys in this chamber?
Nope.
Okay. Then we will close out here. Thanks everybody for staying on so much longer. I forgot to check in, but we were kind of in it.
Oh, shit.
But yeah, we will go ahead and close out here and come back just sort of to the exterior of the hut or within Ithithandra next game. So you can do as you will with that and ponder your next actions. But that's it. This was a pretty long talky game. I appreciate everybody. And thanks everyone who hung out and chat.
I think it was a lot of important, long talkies.
Yeah.
There was a lot of there was lore droppiness that was going on. This has very much kind of been, like a sort of a stamp for you guys moving past Arc 1. So a little bit of a reprieve from action for the most part, except for being attacked and silver poisoned and all that sort of thing. That was not so much a reprieve, but you know what I mean.
Typical Tuesday.
And yeah. And then
But for me, it was a Tuesday.
but we'll pick up again and get you guys back on the road. You've got a number of tasks that you guys can complete in the area, or you can start seeking out ways to get back to Inamar potentially, or whatever else it is that you decide to do.
Guys, we found out dragons are real.
Yes.
Yeah, what up with that? How come you don't see them? How come nobody knows about it? How crazy.
They're all just gonna be little lizards like Mushu from Mulan, and I'm gonna get so annoyed. I love it, but I'll be like, oh, jeepers creepers! She did it again to me. There's not real dragons.
Those little dragons with sticks glued to their backs were real dragons in the Akuba race.
They smuggled a bunch of real dragons, but glued a bunch of breadsticks to them so they didn't look real.
Breadsticks,
Hey,
real sticks.
I need the outro.
Yeah. Thanks, everybody. Join us next week. We will be here. We pinky promise. We pinky swear. We pinky pact.
Yeah.
Good night, chat.
Thanks, Osam.
Bye.
Bye.
Emotional damage.